There are myths we've long dismissed as fiction, stories of gods and monsters, of epic battles and lost cities. But what if some of them weren't myths at all? Ancient tales that once seemed like pure legend are now revealing surprising connections to real places, real people, and real events. From ruins matching descriptions in Homer's epics to natural disasters that echo ancient accounts of divine wrath, archaeology and science are uncovering fragments of truth buried within Greece's most enduring myths. These aren't just old stories. They might be distorted memories of forgotten history. Tonight, we're exploring Greek myths that turned out to be far more than fiction. Stories that challenge our understanding of the ancient world and force us to reconsider what we call myth. Before we begin, a quick note. The visuals in this video enhance the experience, but you can enjoy it through audio alone. Feel free to let it play while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these astonishing revelations. And if you'd like to support this kind of content, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin our deep dive into the ancient truths hidden in Greek mythology. For centuries, the story of Troy was dismissed as nothing more than a beautiful myth. Homer's epic tales of the Trojan War, with its legendary heroes like Achilles and Hector, the famous wooden horse, and the 10-year siege that brought down a mighty city, were considered pure fiction. Scholars and historians classified the Iliad alongside other ancient legends, beautiful stories meant to teach moral lessons but bearing no connection to actual historical events. But what if they were wrong? What if buried beneath layers of earth and centuries of skepticism lay the ruins of a real city, a place where real people lived, fought, and died in ways that would inspire one of the greatest stories ever told? The journey to discover the truth about Troy began with one man's unshakable belief that Homer's words held more than poetry. Heinrich Schliemann, a German businessman turned archaeologist, refused to accept that the Trojan War was merely a myth. Armed with nothing but his copy of the Iliad and an obsessive determination, he set out to prove the world wrong. Schliemann's story reads like something out of an adventure novel. Born into poverty in 1819, he worked his way up from grocery store clerk to successful merchant, learning languages and accumulating wealth along the way. But his true passion wasn't business, it was Homer. He memorized vast portions of the Iliad and Odyssey and became convinced that these weren't just stories, they were historical accounts waiting to be verified. The conventional wisdom of the time held that Troy, if it had ever existed at all, was located somewhere along the coast of modern-day Turkey. Ancient sources, including the geographer Strabo, had suggested that the ruins might lie near a hill called Hisarlik, about 4 miles from the Dardanelles Strait. But previous excavations in the area had turned up little more than pottery shards and foundation stones. Most scholars remained skeptical that anything significant would ever be found. Schliemann, however, saw opportunity where others saw futility. In 1870, he began excavating at Hisarlik, and what he found there would change our understanding of ancient history forever. Layer by layer, he uncovered not one city, but multiple cities built on top of each other, each representing a different period of habitation spanning thousands of years. The site revealed a complex archaeological puzzle. There were at least 9 distinct layers of settlement, with the earliest dating back to around 3000 BCE and the most recent from the Roman period. Each layer told a story of destruction and rebuilding, of civilizations rising and falling on the same strategic hilltop overlooking the entrance to the Black Sea. But which layer was Homer's Troy? Schliemann initially believed he had found it in what archaeologists now call Troy II, a layer dating to around 2500 BCE. Here, he made one of the most spectacular archaeological discoveries of the 19th century. Hidden within the ruins, he claimed to have found a treasure trove of gold jewelry, silver vessels, and precious artifacts. He dramatically declared this to be the treasure of King Priam, the legendary ruler of Troy during the war with the Greeks. The discovery made headlines around the world. Schliemann's wife Sophie was photographed wearing the golden diadem he claimed had once adorned Helen of Troy herself. The treasure seemed to prove that Homer's Troy was real, that the wealth and grandeur described in the epic poems had actually existed. Yet even as Schliemann celebrated his vindication, doubts began to emerge. Other archaeologists questioned his methods, his conclusions, and even his honesty. Some suggested that he had planted the treasure himself, combining artifacts from different periods to create a more dramatic discovery. The layer he identified as Homeric Troy seemed too old, predating the period when the Trojan War was supposed to have taken place by nearly 1,000 years. Modern archaeology has revealed both the triumphs and the flaws in Schliemann's work. Yes, he found Troy, but not where he thought he did. The layer now identified as the most likely candidate for Homer's city is Troy 7a, dating to around 1200 BCE, right in the middle of the late Bronze Age collapse when many Mediterranean civilizations were falling to unknown catastrophes and invasions. This layer shows clear evidence of a city under siege. The houses were built close together, suggesting overcrowding as people sought protection within the city walls. Storage jars filled with provisions were buried in the floors, indicating preparation for a long siege. Most tellingly, the layer ends with clear signs of destruction by fire, with ash and burned debris covering the ruins. The archaeological evidence paints a picture that aligns remarkably well with Homer's account. Troy 7a was a prosperous city controlling trade routes between Europe and Asia. Its massive walls, some sections still standing today, would have made it nearly impregnable to ancient armies. The city's strategic location at the entrance to the Dardanelles would have made it wealthy from controlling shipping, but also a tempting target for ambitious neighbors. Carbon dating and ceramic analysis have confirmed that this layer was destroyed sometime between 1200 and 1180 BCE, precisely the period when ancient sources placed the Trojan War. The destruction was thorough and violent, consistent with a city taken by storm after a prolonged siege. But the archaeological discoveries raised as many questions as they answered. If Troy was real, how much of Homer's story was historically accurate? The Iliad was composed centuries after the supposed events it describes, passed down through generations of oral tradition before being written down. How much historical memory could survive such a long journey through time? Some details in Homer's epic show remarkable accuracy about Bronze Age life. The poet describes bronze weapons and tools, consistent with the late Bronze Age period when Troy 7a was destroyed. He mentions specific details about burial practices, social structures, and even geographical features that match what archaeologists have found. The catalogue of ships in the second book of the Iliad lists Greek cities and their contributions to the war effort, and many of these places show archaeological evidence of prosperity and power during the late Bronze Age. Other elements of the story seem clearly mythological. The gods intervening directly in battle, Achilles' supernatural strength and invulnerability, the magical elements woven throughout the narrative. These appear to be later additions, poetic embellishments that transformed historical memory into epic literature. Yet even some seemingly mythological elements might have basis in reality. The famous Trojan horse, long dismissed as pure fiction, might represent a real siege technique. Ancient armies did use various forms of siege engines and deception tactics. The horse could be a poetic metaphor for a siege tower, a battering ram, or even an earthquake, since Poseidon, the earth shaker, was said to have been involved in Troy's final destruction. The 10-year duration of the siege, while possibly exaggerated for dramatic effect, isn't implausible for ancient warfare. Long sieges were common in the ancient world, and a wealthy, well-fortified city like Troy could have held out for years against even a determined enemy. Archaeological evidence from other sites around the eastern Mediterranean supports the idea of widespread conflict and destruction during the late Bronze Age. Cities across Greece, Turkey, and the Levant shows signs of destruction around the same time as Troy 7a. This period, known to historians as the Late Bronze Age collapse, saw the fall of the Mycenaean palaces in Greece, the collapse of the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, and upheaval throughout the ancient world. Some scholars now suggest that the Trojan War might have been part of this broader pattern of conflict and destruction. Rather than a single war fought for the sake of one woman's beauty, it might have been one episode in a series of conflicts driven by economic pressures, population movements, and political instability that swept across the ancient world. The discovery of Troy also revealed the existence of a sophisticated Bronze Age civilization in Western Anatolia that had been largely forgotten by history. The Trojans weren't primitive barbarians, as some later Greek sources suggested, but rather the heirs to a rich cultural tradition that blended influences from Europe, Asia, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Artifacts found at the site show connections to the Mycenaean world of Greece, the Hittite Empire to the east, and trading networks that stretch from the Black Sea to Egypt. Troy was a cosmopolitan city, a meeting point of civilizations where different cultures, languages, and traditions mingled. The architecture of the city reflects this sophistication. The massive stone walls, built using advanced masonry techniques, were designed to withstand both earthquake and siege. The city's layout shows careful urban planning, with wide streets, drainage systems, and public buildings arranged according to a coherent design. Perhaps most intriguingly, ongoing excavations have revealed that Troy was much larger than Schliemann initially realized. The city extended far beyond the hilltop citadel he excavated, sprawling across a lower town that covered nearly 75 acres. This makes Troy 7a comparable in size to other major Bronze Age centers like Mycenae and Turin in Greece. The lower town shows evidence of diverse crafts and industries. Workshops for metalworking, textile production, and pottery manufacture indicate a thriving economy that went far beyond simple agriculture. The city was a major center of trade and production, wealthy enough to maintain the massive fortifications and large population that would have been necessary to withstand a prolonged siege. Religious practices at Troy also show interesting parallels to Homer's descriptions. Archaeological evidence suggests the worship of various deities, including a mother goddess who might be related to the Cybele mentioned in later sources. Ritual deposits and sacred areas within the city indicate complex religious practices that may have influenced later Greek religious traditions. The question of whether the Trojan War actually happened remains open to debate. While Troy 7a was certainly destroyed by human violence around the right time period, we cannot prove that this destruction was caused by a Greek coalition led by Agamemnon to recover Helen from Paris. The archaeological evidence shows that something dramatic happened to the city, but archaeology alone cannot tell us the specific historical details that Homer weaves into his narrative. What we can say with confidence is that Homer's Troy was based on a real place with a real history. The poet, whether he was a single individual or represents a tradition of oral storytelling, had access to authentic historical memories about a Bronze Age city that controlled the entrance to the Black Sea and eventually fell to its enemies. This raises fascinating questions about the nature of oral tradition and historical memory. How much accurate information about events 1,200 years in the past could really survive through centuries of retelling? The discovery of Troy suggests that oral traditions might preserve more historical truth than scholars once believed. Similar discoveries at other sites associated with Greek mythology have reinforced this lesson. Mycenae, Turin, and Pylos, all mentioned in Homer's epics, have yielded archaeological evidence of wealthy Bronze Age palaces that match many details in the ancient stories. The overall picture of Mycenaean Greece that emerges from archaeology aligns remarkably well with the world Homer describes. Yet mysteries remain. The most famous is the question of what really caused the late Bronze Age collapse that destroyed Troy and so many other ancient centers. Climate change, invasion by mysterious sea peoples, internal conflicts, economic disruption, all of these factors may have played a role. The Trojan War, if it happened, might have been both a cause and a consequence of this broader historical catastrophe. The story of Troy's discovery also illuminates the evolution of archaeological science. Schliemann's methods, while groundbreaking for his time, were crude by modern standards. He dug through upper layers to reach what he thought was Homer's city, destroying invaluable evidence in the process. His romantic vision of archaeology as a quest to prove ancient legends true gave way to more systematic approaches focused on understanding entire cultures and historical processes. Modern excavations at Troy, led by archaeologists like Manfred Korfmann and continuing today, use sophisticated techniques to extract maximum information from every artifact and layer. Ground-penetrating radar, computer modeling, and detailed stratigraphic analysis have revealed aspects of the site that Schliemann never imagined. These investigations have shown that Troy's history extends far beyond the Bronze Age destruction that might correspond to Homer's war. The site was continuously occupied for over 3,000 years, serving as a bridge between European and Asian civilizations throughout antiquity. Each layer of the city tells part of a larger story about cultural exchange, conflict, and adaptation in one of the world's most strategic locations. The Roman city built on the same site, called Ilium, was deliberately constructed to honor the memory of Homer's Troy. Roman emperors, including Julius Caesar and Augustus, visited the site, paying homage to what they believed was the ancestral home of Aeneas, the Trojan hero who, according to Virgil's Aeneid, became the founder of Rome. This Roman connection reveals another layer of Troy's historical significance. The city became not just a real place, but also a symbol, a connection point between the mythological past and historical present. For Romans, Troy represented their own origins, proof that their empire was the rightful heir to the heroic age celebrated by Homer. The discovery of Troy ultimately transformed our understanding of the relationship between myth and history. It demonstrated that ancient stories, even those filled with gods and monsters, might preserve kernels of historical truth. It showed that oral traditions could maintain surprisingly accurate information across centuries of retelling. Most importantly, it revealed that the boundary between myth and history is often more fluid than we might expect. Homer's Troy was neither pure myth nor pure history, but something more complex, a story that grew out of real events but transformed them into something larger and more meaningful. The ruins of Troy continue to yield new discoveries today. Each excavation season brings fresh insights into the daily life, culture, and eventual destruction of this legendary city. Advanced dating techniques, DNA analysis, and computer modeling are helping archaeologists piece together an ever more detailed picture of what life was like in Bronze Age Troy. Yet for all our scientific advances, the ultimate questions raised by Troy's discovery remain as compelling as ever. How much of Homer's story really happened? What was the relationship between the historical events and the epic poems that immortalized them? And what other legendary cities might still be waiting beneath the earth, ready to bridge the gap between myth and reality? The story of Troy reminds us that the past is never really past. The echoes of ancient events, transformed by memory and imagination, continue to shape how we understand ourselves and our world. In uncovering the ruins of Homer's city, archaeologists didn't just find the remains of ancient buildings and artifacts. They found proof that human stories, passed down through generations, can preserve truth in ways that transcend the simple distinction between fact and fiction. Deep in the heart of Crete lies one of archaeology's most spectacular discoveries, a Bronze Age palace so vast and complex that it gave birth to one of Greece's most enduring myths. The Palace of Knossos, with its maze-like corridors, mysterious chambers, and stunning frescoes of bull-leaping athletes, is the real-world inspiration for the legendary Labyrinth of King Minos and its monstrous inhabitant, the Minotaur. But how did a real palace become transformed into a mythical maze? And what truth lies hidden within the ancient Greek tales of human sacrifice, divine punishment, and heroic monster slaying? The answers take us back over 3,500 years to a sophisticated civilization that the Greeks themselves had forgotten, until a brilliant archaeologist brought it back to light. The story begins with Sir Arthur Evans, a British archaeologist who arrived in Crete in 1900 with a head full of theories and a determination to prove them right. Evans had been studying mysterious symbols carved on ancient seal stones, symbols that seemed to represent an unknown writing system. He believed these belonged to a lost European civilization, one that might have been the source of some of Greece's most ancient myths. What Evans found at Knossos exceeded even his wildest expectations. Buried beneath centuries of accumulated earth and debris lay the remains of a massive palace complex, a building so large and elaborate that it covered nearly 6 acres and contained over 1,000 rooms. The palace was a marvel of Bronze Age engineering, with multiple stories, grand staircases, elaborate drainage systems, and architectural features that wouldn't be seen again in Europe for over 1,000 years. The layout of the palace was indeed labyrinthine. Corridors twisted and turned without apparent logic, leading to dead ends, circular routes, and chambers that seemed to serve mysterious purposes. Storerooms filled with massive clay jars called pithae sat next to elegant residential quarters. Workshops where craftsmen produced luxury goods opened onto ceremonial halls decorated with vivid frescoes. The overall effect was disorienting, even to modern visitors who arrive with maps and guidebooks. Evans realized he had discovered something extraordinary, the center of a previously unknown civilization that he dubbed Minoan, after the legendary king Minos of Greek mythology. The Minoans, as it turned out, had created Europe's first great palace civilization, building elaborate centers of power and culture throughout Crete and establishing trade networks that stretched across the Mediterranean. But it was the palace's most famous fresco that provided the clearest link to the myth of the Minotaur. In a chamber Evans called the Queen's Megaron, he uncovered a stunning wall painting that depicted young athletes, both male and female, performing death-defying acrobatics with a charging bull. The central figure, painted in the conventional white skin tone used for women in Minoan art, grasps the bull's horns while vaulting over its back. Behind the bull, another figure waits to catch the leaper, while a third figure approaches from the front, ready to begin their own dangerous performance. This wasn't the only bull-related imagery in the palace. Bull's horns, carved from stone and painted in bright colors, crowned the rooflines of major buildings. Massive bull's head sculptures, crafted with remarkable realism, decorated sacred spaces. Ritual vessels shaped like bulls filled storerooms and ceremonial areas. Everywhere Evans looked, he found evidence that bulls held a central place in Minoan religious and cultural life. The discovery of the bull-leaping fresco sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. Here was apparent evidence for one of the most fantastic elements of the Minotaur myth, the idea that young people from Athens were sent to Crete to face a deadly bull in some kind of ritual contest. Could the myth of Theseus and the Minotaur be based on memories of real events that took place in the palace at Knossos? The Greek myth, as recorded by later authors, tells a dark story of divine punishment and human sacrifice. King Minos of Crete, after offending the god Poseidon, is cursed to see his wife fall in love with a sacred bull. From this unnatural union is born the Minotaur, a creature with the head of a bull and the body of a man. Minos commissions the master craftsman Daedalus to build a labyrinth beneath his palace, a maze so complex that no one who enters can ever find their way out. In this prison, the Minotaur is confined and fed a terrible diet of human flesh. Every 7 years, according to the myth, Athens is forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as tribute. These 14 victims are thrown into the labyrinth to be devoured by the monster. This continues until the hero Theseus volunteers to be part of the tribute group, determined to kill the Minotaur and end the cycle of sacrifice. With the help of Minos' daughter Ariadne, who gives him a ball of thread to mark his path, Theseus navigates the labyrinth, slays the monster, and escapes with his fellow Athenians. For centuries, this story was understood as pure myth, a symbolic tale about the triumph of civilization over barbarism, or perhaps a political allegory about Athenian independence from foreign domination. But Evans' discoveries at Knossos suggested a more complex relationship between myth and historical reality. The bull-leaping frescoes showed that dangerous rituals involving bulls were indeed practiced at the Minoan palace. The sport, if it can be called that, required extraordinary skill and courage. Modern reconstructions suggest that the athletes would grasp the charging bull's horns, use the animal's momentum to propel themselves into a somersault over its back, and land safely behind it. The margin for error was virtually non-existent. A mistimed jump, a slip of the hands, or an unexpected movement by the bull would mean almost certain death. But who were these bull leapers? Were they willing participants in a religious ceremony, or were they forced to perform for the entertainment of Minoan spectators? The frescoes themselves offer few clues. The athletes are depicted with idealized physiques and serene expressions, showing no obvious signs of fear or coercion. Their elaborate hairstyles and jewelry suggest high status rather than slavery. Some scholars believe the bull leapers were young Minoan nobles participating in a coming-of-age ritual, a dangerous ceremony that marked the transition from adolescence to adulthood. Others suggest they might have been professional athletes, skilled performers who traveled between different palace centers to display their abilities. The presence of both male and female figures in the frescoes indicates that this was not an exclusively masculine activity, unusual for ancient Mediterranean cultures. A third possibility, and the one that most directly connects to the Minotaur myth, is that at least some of the bull leapers were foreigners, perhaps captives or tribute brought to Crete from other lands. If young people from around the Mediterranean were indeed compelled to participate in these deadly ceremonies, it could explain how memories of the practice survived in Greek oral tradition, eventually becoming transformed into the myth of the Minotaur's human sacrifices. The architecture of Knossos itself provides another link to the Labyrinth myth. The palace's bewildering layout wasn't accidental but reflected sophisticated planning principles that served both practical and symbolic purposes. The complex arrangement of rooms, corridors, and stairways created a hierarchy of access, with the most sacred and important spaces hidden deep within the building, accessible only to those who knew the proper routes. This architectural labyrinth served as a form of social control, separating different classes of people and regulating their movement through the palace. Ordinary visitors might be restricted to outer courtyards and reception areas, while priests, nobles, and high-ranking officials could penetrate deeper into the complex. The most sacred spaces, where the most important religious ceremonies took place, were accessible only to a select few. The symbolic significance of this design shouldn't be underestimated. In many ancient cultures, architectural complexity was associated with divine power and sacred knowledge. The idea that only initiates could successfully navigate the palace's maze-like passages would have reinforced the authority of the Minoan elite and created an aura of mystery around their religious practices. Archaeological evidence suggests that the labyrinthine quality of Minoan palaces was intentional and widespread. Similar complex layouts appear at other Minoan centers like Phaistos, Malia, and Zakros. Each palace seems to have been designed as a kind of three-dimensional puzzle, with hidden passages, secret chambers, and routes that could confuse or misdirect unwelcome visitors. The double axe, or labyrinth, was another important Minoan symbol that contributed to the labyrinth myth. This ceremonial weapon, often depicted in Minoan art and found in archaeological contexts throughout Crete, may have given its name to the legendary maze. The word labyrinth itself might derive from labries, literally meaning house of the double axe. If so, the mythical labyrinth could be a garbled memory of the palace of Knossos itself, the house where the sacred double axes were kept and ceremonies involving bulls took place. The religious significance of bulls in Minoan culture extended far beyond the spectacular leaping ceremonies. Bulls were associated with earth-shaking and fertility, natural forces of tremendous importance to an island civilization dependent on agriculture and vulnerable to earthquakes. Crete sits in one of the Mediterranean's most seismically active zones, and the Minoans would have experienced regular earthquakes throughout their history. In many ancient cultures, bulls were associated with earthquakes and underground forces. The bull's power to shake the earth with its hooves made it a natural symbol for the geological forces that could destroy cities and reshape landscapes. Poseidon, the Greek god of earthquakes and the sea, was often depicted in bull form, and it's possible that Minoan bull worship influenced later Greek religious traditions. The myth of the Minotaur may therefore represent a fusion of several different Minoan religious and cultural elements. The monster itself could be a symbolic representation of the bull god worshipped in the palace's sacred spaces. The labyrinth could be both a memory of the palace's complex architecture and a metaphor for the dangerous journey into the underworld or the realm of the gods. The human sacrifices could reflect actual ceremonies involving bull leaping, practices that later Greeks found both fascinating and horrifying. But the Minoans left no written accounts of their religious beliefs that modern scholars can read with certainty. While Evans and later archaeologists discovered thousands of clay tablets inscribed with Minoan writing systems called Linear A and Linear B, only Linear B has been successfully deciphered. These tablets, which date to the final period of Minoan civilization, are written in an early form of Greek and deal mostly with administrative matters like tax records and inventory lists. Linear A, which appears to record the actual Minoan language, remains undeciphered despite decades of scholarly effort. This means that our understanding of Minoan religious beliefs and practices comes entirely from archaeological evidence, artwork, and architectural remains. We can see what the Minoans did, but we can only guess at what they believed about why they were doing it. The bull leaping ceremonies depicted in the Knossos frescoes raise particularly intriguing questions about Minoan society and its relationship with the broader Mediterranean world. Were these events purely religious in nature, or did they serve political purposes as well? Did foreign dignitaries attend these ceremonies as part of diplomatic exchanges? Were young people from allied or subject territories expected to participate as a form of tribute or alliance obligation? Some scholars have suggested that the bull leaping ceremonies were part of larger festival cycles that brought together people from across the Minoan world. The great central court at Knossos, a massive open space surrounded by the palace's most important buildings, could have accommodated large crowds of spectators. Similar courts at other Minoan palaces suggest that these ceremonies were practiced throughout Crete and possibly on other islands under Minoan influence. The international character of Minoan civilization is evident in archaeological finds from Knossos and other sites. Artifacts from Egypt, Syria, Anatolia, and mainland Greece demonstrate extensive trade and cultural exchange. Minoan artistic styles influenced decoration in palaces as far away as Egypt, while foreign luxury goods filled Minoan storerooms and tombs. This cosmopolitan character of Minoan society could explain how memories of their practices spread throughout the ancient Mediterranean. Traders, diplomats, and visitors who witnessed the bull-leaping ceremonies at Knossos might have carried accounts of these events back to their home cities. Over time, these accounts could have been transformed and embellished, eventually becoming the foundation for myths like the story of Theseus and the Minotaur. The decline and fall of Minoan civilization around 1500 BCE adds another layer to the mystery. The great palaces were destroyed, whether by earthquake, invasion, or internal collapse, and Crete was eventually incorporated into the Mycenaean Greek world. The sophisticated Minoan culture, with its elaborate ceremonies and architectural achievements, was largely forgotten until Evans brought it back to light. This historical rupture could explain how accurate memories of Minoan practices became transformed into mythological narratives. As the real context of the bull-leaping ceremonies was lost, later Greeks might have reinterpreted them through the lens of their own cultural assumption about human sacrifice and monstrous punishments. The complex reality of Minoan religious practice was simplified into a straightforward story of good versus evil, civilization versus barbarism. Modern archaeological techniques have revealed additional aspects of the bull-leaping ceremonies that weren't apparent to Evans and his contemporaries. Analysis of human remains from Minoan sites has shown evidence of injuries consistent with dangerous athletic activities. Some skeletons display fractures and bone damage that could result from falls or impacts with large animals. While this evidence isn't conclusive proof that bull leaping was practiced, it's consistent with the interpretation of the frescoes as depicting real activities rather than purely symbolic or mythological scenes. Computer analysis of the bull-leaping frescoes has also provided new insights into the mechanics of the performance. Biomechanical studies suggest that the acrobatic moves depicted in the paintings are physically possible, though extremely difficult and dangerous. The positioning of the athletes' bodies, the trajectory of their movements, and the timing required for successful completion all fall within the range of human capability, assuming exceptional skill and training. These technical analyses have helped establish that the bull-leaping ceremonies were likely real events rather than artistic fantasies. The Minoan artists who created the frescoes were depicting activities they had actually observed, not imaginary scenes from mythology. This lends credibility to the idea that the later Greek myths preserved authentic memories of Minoan practices, even if those memories were significantly altered over time. The question of whether the bull-leaping ceremonies involved human sacrifice remains open to debate. While the activities depicted in the frescoes were undoubtedly dangerous, there's no direct evidence that participants were killed as part of the religious ritual. The serene expressions and elaborate costumes of the athletes suggest honored participants rather than doomed victims. However, the high-risk nature of the activity would have inevitably resulted in deaths and serious injuries. Even skilled performers could make fatal mistakes when facing a charging bull. It's possible that these accidental deaths took on ritual significance, being interpreted as offerings to the gods or necessary sacrifices to maintain cosmic balance. The transformation of such practices into the myth of the Minotaur could reflect later Greek discomfort with what they perceived as barbaric Cretan customs. By the time the myths were being recorded in their final form, Greek culture had evolved different attitudes toward human life and religious practice. Activities that might have seemed noble or sacred to the Minoans could have appeared cruel and monstrous to later Greeks. The labyrinthine architecture of Knossos continues to influence modern understanding of Minoan society. Recent excavations and surveys have revealed that the palace complex was even larger and more complex than Evans originally realized. Ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques have identified additional structures and passages that remain buried beneath accumulated soil and vegetation. These discoveries suggest that the palace at Knossos was not just a royal residence but an entire urban center, a city palace that housed thousands of people and served as the administrative, religious, and economic heart of Minoan Crete. The labyrinthine quality of the architecture reflected the complexity of the society it served, with different areas designated for different social classes, occupations, and religious functions. The ongoing archaeological investigation of Knossos and other Minoan sites continues to shed new light on the civilization that inspired the Labyrinth myth. Each new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of understanding how historical realities become transformed into mythological narratives, and how ancient stories can preserve authentic memories across millennia of cultural change. The relationship between the Palace of Knossos and the myth of the Minotaur illustrates the complex ways that human memory works. The archaeological evidence demonstrates that the myth was not pure fiction, but contained kernels of historical truth, memories of real places, real practices, and real people that had been transformed by centuries of retelling. Yet the myth also reveals truths that go beyond simple historical fact. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur speaks to universal human experiences, the confrontation with monsters both literal and metaphorical, the journey into dangerous unknown territory, the triumph of courage over fear. These themes resonated with ancient audiences and continue to captivate modern readers and viewers. The discovery of the real labyrinth at Knossos reminds us that the boundary between myth and history is often more fluid than we might expect. Ancient stories that seem fantastic and unbelievable might preserve authentic memories of people and places that really existed. At the same time, historical realities can be transformed by human imagination into narratives that speak to deeper truths about the human condition. As archaeologists continue to explore the ruins of Minoan Crete, they're not just uncovering the material remains of an ancient civilization. They're also illuminating the process by which human memory transforms experience into story, history into myth, and real places into legendary landscapes that continue to shape our understanding of the ancient world. For thousands of years, scholars dismissed it as nothing more than a philosophical allegory, a story too perfect, too dramatic to be real. The tale of Atlantis, as told by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, seemed like pure fiction, a mighty island civilization advanced beyond imagination, swallowed by the sea in a single day and night. It was the stuff of legend, not history. But what if Plato wasn't creating a myth? What if he was preserving a memory? Deep beneath the azure waters of the Aegean Sea, archaeologists have uncovered something extraordinary. The remains of a civilization so sophisticated, so mysteriously destroyed, that it bears an uncanny resemblance to Plato's lost Atlantis. This is the story of the Minoans and their capital city of Akrotiri, a tale of Bronze Age brilliance, catastrophic destruction, and a mystery that connects ancient philosophy to archaeological reality. The story begins around 4,000 years ago on a crescent-shaped island in the southern Aegean. Today we call it Santorini, but in ancient times it was known as Thera. This wasn't just any island. It was a volcano, and beneath its peaceful exterior, unimaginable forces were building. But the people who lived there, the Minoans, had created something remarkable, a civilization that would challenge everything we thought we knew about the ancient world. The Minoans weren't like other Bronze Age peoples. While most ancient civilizations were ruled by warrior kings obsessed with conquest, the Minoans seemed different. They built no massive fortifications. Their art showed no scenes of battle or warfare. Instead, their walls were covered with vibrant frescoes of dolphins, flowers, and elegant women in flowing robes. They were traders, not conquerors, peaceful, sophisticated, and mysteriously advanced. Their main city, Knossos on the island of Crete, was a marvel of ancient engineering. Multi-story buildings with running water, flush toilets, and elaborate drainage systems. They had paved roads, advanced agriculture, and a writing system that we still can't fully decipher. But it was their outpost on Thera, the city of Akrotiri, that would provide the most tantalizing clues to the Atlantis mystery. Akrotiri was a Bronze Age Manhattan. 3- and 4-story buildings lined narrow streets. The walls were decorated with some of the most beautiful ancient art ever discovered. Frescoes showing exotic animals, naval processions, and scenes of daily life, so vivid they seemed to capture moments frozen in time. The city had hot and cold running water, sophisticated sewage systems, and evidence of trade networks that stretched across the known world. But then, sometime around 1600 BCE, disaster struck. The volcano that formed the island of Thera erupted with a force that defied imagination. This wasn't just any volcanic eruption. It was one of the most powerful explosions in recorded history. The blast was so massive that it could be heard over 3,000 miles away. Ash clouds darkened skies across the Mediterranean. Tsunamis over 100 feet high crashed into coastlines hundreds of miles away. The island of Thera was literally torn apart. What had once been a circular island became the crescent shape we see today. The center of the island, including much of Akrotiri, simply vanished, swallowed by the sea in a catastrophe so complete, so sudden, that it left almost no survivors to tell the tale. The few who might have escaped would have carried with them stories of unimaginable destruction, stories that might have been passed down through generations, growing more mythical with each telling. Now fast forward over 1,000 years. The great philosopher Plato is writing his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. In these works, he tells the story of Atlantis, a powerful island civilization that existed 9,000 years before his time. According to Plato, Atlantis was larger than Libya and Asia combined, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. The Atlanteans were incredibly advanced, with magnificent cities, powerful navies, and technology that seemed almost magical. But the Atlanteans became corrupt and aggressive, attempting to conquer the known world. The gods, angered by their hubris, destroyed the entire civilization in a single day and night. The island sank beneath the waves, leaving only an impassable muddy sea where it once stood. For centuries, scholars assumed this was pure allegory, Plato's way of illustrating the dangers of hubris and the inevitability of decline that comes with moral corruption. But when archaeologists Spiridon Marinatos began excavating Akrotiri in 1967, the parallels became impossible to ignore. Here was a real advanced island civilization, destroyed suddenly by natural catastrophe and swallowed by the sea. The similarities were striking, but there were also significant differences. Plato placed Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, far from Greece. He dated its destruction to 9,000 years before his time. And he described it as an aggressive militaristic society, very different from the peaceful Minoans. So how do we explain these discrepancies? Some scholars believe that Plato was working with garbled, ancient memories. Stories of the Thera eruption and the destruction of Minoan civilization, passed down through Egyptian sources, but distorted by time and translation. The Greeks had a complex relationship with Egypt, and Egyptian priests claimed to possess records of ancient civilizations unknown to the Greeks. In Plato's account, it's actually an Egyptian priest who tells the story of Atlantis to the Greek statesman Solon. The priest claims that Egyptian records, carved in hieroglyphs on temple walls, preserve the memory of this lost civilization. Could these records have been based on real events? Memories of the Thera eruption, filtered through centuries of retelling and embellishment. The date discrepancy might be explained by translation errors. Ancient number systems were complex, and it's possible that what Egyptian priests described as 9,000 years was actually 900 years before Plato's time. That would place the destruction of Atlantis around 1600 BCE, exactly when the Thera eruption occurred. The location discrepancy is harder to explain, but some scholars suggest that ancient geographical knowledge was limited, and distant islands might have been mislocated in ancient accounts. But there's another intriguing possibility. What if Plato was combining multiple sources? What if his Atlantis was a composite, drawing not just from memories of the Thera eruption, but from other lost civilizations as well? Recent archaeological discoveries have revealed that the Bronze Age world was far more complex and interconnected than we previously imagined. There were advanced civilizations that rose and fell, leaving only fragmentary records behind. The Sea Peoples, mysterious raiders who attacked civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean around 1200 BCE, remain largely unexplained. Entire civilizations, like the Hittites, vanished from history so completely that they were considered mythical until archaeologists rediscovered them in the 19th century. Could memories of these lost peoples have contributed to Plato's composite picture of Atlantis? The more we learn about the Bronze Age collapse, the more plausible it becomes that Plato was working with real historical memories. Around 1200 BCE, civilization across the eastern Mediterranean experienced a catastrophic collapse. Great cities were abandoned, trade networks broke down, and entire peoples disappeared from the historical record. This period, known to archaeologists as the Late Bronze Age collapse, was so severe that it ushered in what we call the Greek Dark Ages. Could this widespread collapse have inspired stories of lost civilizations that eventually made their way into Plato's account? The Minoans were certainly among the casualties of this broader collapse, though their decline began earlier with the Thera eruption. Their civilization never fully recovered from the volcanic catastrophe, and they were eventually absorbed by the expanding Mycenaean Greeks. But the Minoan legacy lived on in subtle ways. Their art, their technology, their peaceful approach to civilization influenced the later Greeks in ways we're only beginning to understand. The Greeks inherited Minoan religious practices, artistic techniques, and perhaps most importantly, stories. Stories of a great civilization that had once flourished in the islands of the Aegean, only to be destroyed by divine wrath. The archaeological evidence from Akrotiri continues to reveal new details about this lost world. The preservation is extraordinary because the volcanic ash that destroyed the city also protected it, much like Pompeii. Buildings stand 3 stories tall, their walls still decorated with vibrant frescoes. We can walk through ancient streets, peer into Bronze Age houses, and see the daily life of a civilization frozen in its final moments. One of the most famous frescoes found at Akrotiri shows what appears to be a naval procession. Ships decorated with flowers and streamers, carrying what might be warriors or priests to some important ceremony. The level of detail is remarkable. We can see the individual features of the figures, the construction of the ships, even the dolphins playing in the water around them. This is not the art of a primitive society. This is the work of a sophisticated civilization with skilled artists and complex social structures. Another fresco shows what archaeologists call the spring fresco, an entire wall covered with swallows in flight, set against a landscape of blooming lilies. The movement is so lifelike, the colors so vibrant, that it takes your breath away. This was created over 3,500 years ago by artists whose names we'll never know, in a city that was about to be obliterated by one of history's most catastrophic natural disasters. The plumbing systems at Akrotiri rival anything found in ancient Rome, built over 1,000 years later. Terracotta pipes carried fresh water throughout the city, while sophisticated drainage systems carried away waste. Some buildings had bathtubs and toilets that wouldn't look completely out of place in a modern home. This level of urban planning suggests a society that had been developing these technologies for centuries. But perhaps the most intriguing discoveries are the storage jars, or pithae, found throughout Akrotiri. These massive ceramic vessels, some taller than a person, were used to store grain, oil, and wine. The quantity and size of these jars suggests that Akrotiri was not just a local settlement, but a major trading hub. Ships from across the Mediterranean would have docked here, loading and unloading goods from Egypt, Cyprus, Anatolia, and the Greek mainland. The Minoans were the middlemen of the Bronze Age world, facilitating trade between civilizations that might never have had direct contact otherwise. They brought Egyptian gold to Greece, Greek silver to Anatolia, and Anatolian textiles to Egypt. Their ships were the lifeblood of Mediterranean commerce, and their peaceful approach to international relations made them welcome in ports across the known world. This trading network might explain another aspect of the Atlantis story. Plato described the Atlanteans as incredibly wealthy, with access to exotic materials and luxury goods from around the world. The Minoans, with their far-flung trading connections, would certainly have fit this description. Their cities were filled with imported ivory, gold, silver, precious stones, and exotic materials that demonstrated their wealth and international connections. But the Minoans weren't just traders, they were innovators. Archaeological evidence suggests they were among the first to develop large-scale olive oil production, winemaking, and textile manufacturing. They created the first paved roads in Europe, the first multi-story apartment buildings, and some of the earliest examples of representational art. Their influence on later Greek civilization was profound, though it took archaeologists decades to recognize it. The mystery of Minoan writing adds another layer to the story. The Minoans used two different scripts, both of which remain largely undeciphered. Linear A, the earlier script, appears to record the Minoan language, which seems to be unrelated to any known language family. Linear B, developed later, was used to write an early form of Greek and was deciphered in the 1950s by Michael Ventris. But Linear A remains one of archaeology's great unsolved puzzles. What secrets might these undeciphered texts contain? Could they include records of the Thera eruption, accounts of the civilization's final days, religious beliefs that might have influenced later Greek mythology? We may never know, but the very existence of these writing systems demonstrates that the Minoans were far more sophisticated than most Bronze Age civilizations. The religious practices of the Minoans also provide intriguing parallels to Plato's Atlantis. Minoan art is filled with religious imagery centered around a great goddess, often shown with snakes or standing atop a mountain. This goddess seems to have been associated with the forces of nature, including the sea and earthquakes. Could memories of Minoan religious practices have influenced Plato's description of Atlantean worship of Poseidon, the god of the sea and earthquakes? The Minoans also practiced bull jumping, a dangerous ritual sport where athletes would grab a charging bull by the horns and vault over its back. This practice appears frequently in Minoan art and may have had religious significance. Plato described the Atlanteans as having a similar relationship with bulls, including a ritual where bulls were hunted in the temple of Poseidon without weapons, captured with nets and clubs, and then sacrificed. But perhaps the most compelling parallel is the sudden, catastrophic end. Plato emphasized that Atlantis was destroyed in a single day and night, swallowed by the sea without warning. The Thera eruption would have destroyed Akrotiri just as suddenly. The volcanic explosion would have given little warning, and the resulting tsunamis would have overwhelmed any coastal settlements within hours. Survivors, if there were any, would have faced a world transformed beyond recognition. The island they had called home would have been unrecognizable, its center blown away, its cities buried under ash or swept away by the sea. Such survivors might well have described their homeland as having been swallowed by the ocean, never to be seen again. Modern scientific analysis has revealed the true scale of the Thera eruption. Volcanic ash from the explosion has been found in ice cores from Greenland, showing that the eruption affected global climate. The ash cloud would have blocked sunlight across much of the northern hemisphere, leading to crop failures and famine in distant lands. This was not just a local catastrophe, but a global disaster that would have been remembered for generations. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed even more evidence of the civilization that was lost. Beneath the waters around Santorini, researchers have found building foundations, walls, and artifacts that were once part of Akrotiri's harbor district. The sea level has risen since ancient times, and parts of the city that were once above water are now submerged, creating an underwater archaeological site that continues to yield new discoveries. One of the most intriguing recent discoveries is evidence that the Minoans may have had advance warning of the eruption. The complete absence of human remains at Akrotiri suggests that the inhabitants had time to evacuate before the final catastrophic explosion. Smaller earthquakes and minor eruptions may have served as warnings, allowing most of the population to escape to safety. This would explain how memories of the civilization could have survived to be passed down through later generations. But where did these survivors go? Some may have fled to Crete, reinforcing the Minoan populations there. Others might have scattered across the Mediterranean, carrying their stories and their cultural knowledge to new lands? Could some have reached Egypt, where their accounts might eventually have been incorporated into the historical records that Egyptian priests later shared with visiting Greeks? The influence of Minoan civilization on later Greek culture is undeniable. The Greeks inherited Minoan religious practices, including the worship of a great goddess who later became Athena. They adopted Minoan artistic techniques, architectural innovations, and even specific mythological themes. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur, set in the labyrinthine palace of Knossos, clearly draws on memories of actual Minoan civilization. Could the story of Atlantis be another example of this cultural inheritance? A garbled but persistent memory of the Minoan civilization, preserved through centuries of oral tradition before finally being written down by Plato. The similarities are too numerous to be mere coincidence, yet the differences are significant enough to suggest that the story had been transformed by centuries of retelling. Modern computer modeling has helped us understand what the Thera eruption would have looked like to ancient observers. The initial explosion would have sent a column of ash and rock over 20 miles into the atmosphere. The ash cloud would have blotted out the sun across much of the eastern Mediterranean. Lightning generated by the ash cloud would have created spectacular and terrifying electrical displays. The sound of the explosion would have been audible across thousands of miles. Then came the tsunamis, walls of water over 100 feet high racing across the Aegean at speeds of up to 300 miles per hour. These waves would have devastated coastal settlements across the region, reaching as far as Crete, the Greek mainland, and the coast of Anatolia. For survivors watching from distant hills, it would have seemed as if the sea itself had risen up to swallow the world. The psychological impact of such an event cannot be overstated. For Bronze Age peoples, natural disasters were not random events, but expressions of divine will. The destruction of Thera would have been interpreted as punishment from the gods, perhaps for some great transgression. Such memories would have been preserved in religious traditions, passed down through generations as moral warnings about the consequences of angering the divine powers. This interpretation fits perfectly with Plato's account of Atlantis. In his version, the Atlanteans were destroyed not by random natural disaster, but by divine punishment for their hubris and aggression. The gods, led by Zeus, decided that the Atlanteans had become too proud and corrupt, and therefore decreed their destruction. This moral framework transforms a natural disaster into a cautionary tale about the dangers of excessive pride and power. But there's another layer to consider. Plato was not just a storyteller, but a philosopher with a specific agenda. He was concerned about the political situation in Athens, which he saw as corrupt and heading toward disaster. The story of Atlantis served his philosophical purposes as a warning about what happens to civilizations that lose their moral foundations. This doesn't mean the story was entirely fictional, but it does suggest that Plato may have adapted historical memories to serve his contemporary political and philosophical goals. The debate over Atlantis and its possible connection to the Minoan civilization continues among scholars. Some remain skeptical, arguing that the differences between Plato's account and the archaeological evidence are too significant to support a connection. They point out that Plato was quite capable of creating fictional scenarios to illustrate philosophical points, and that we shouldn't assume every detail in his writings corresponds to historical reality. Others find the parallels too compelling to dismiss. They argue that while Plato may have embellished and adapted the story for his own purposes, the core elements point to real historical memories of the Thera eruption and the destruction of Minoan civilization. The sudden catastrophic end, the swallowing by the sea, the advanced island civilization, all these elements match too closely to be mere coincidence. Recent discoveries have added new dimensions to the debate. Advanced sonar mapping of the seafloor around Santorini has revealed the true extent of the ancient eruption. The caldera, the collapsed crater left by the explosion, is even larger than previously thought. This suggests that the eruption was more catastrophic than anyone had imagined, powerful enough to destroy not just Akrotiri, but potentially other settlements that we haven't yet discovered. Climate scientists studying ice cores and tree rings have found evidence that the Thera eruption caused global climate disruption. Growing seasons were shortened across the northern hemisphere, crops failed, and civilizations from China to Ireland experienced difficulties that may be traceable to this single volcanic event. If the eruption had such far-reaching effects, it's entirely plausible that memories of it could have survived in various forms across different cultures. The story of Atlantis and the Minoans raises profound questions about the nature of historical memory. How do real events become transformed into myths and legends? How much historical truth can survive centuries of oral transmission? And what other stories that we dismiss as pure mythology might actually preserve memories of real historical events? The Minoan civilization was real. Their advanced cities, their sophisticated technology, their peaceful trading networks, all of these have been confirmed by archaeological evidence. The Thera eruption was real, one of the most powerful volcanic explosions in recorded history. The sudden destruction of an advanced island civilization, swallowed by the sea in a single catastrophic event. This actually happened. Whether Plato knew he was preserving historical memory, or whether he was unknowingly drawing on ancient traditions that preserved garbled accounts of real events, may never be definitively resolved. But the parallels are too numerous and too specific to be easily dismissed. In the story of Atlantis, we may be hearing the echo of one of history's greatest natural disasters, filtered through centuries of retelling, but still recognizable to those who know how to listen. The lost civilization of the Minoans, with their beautiful frescoes, their advanced technology, and their sudden catastrophic end, provides a compelling real-world parallel to Plato's fictional Atlantis. Whether or not they are directly connected, both stories remind us that civilizations, no matter how advanced or sophisticated, remain vulnerable to forces beyond their control. In the ashes of Akrotiri and the pages of Plato's dialogues, we find the same eternal human concerns about the rise and fall of civilizations, the relationship between human ambition and natural forces, and the thin line between historical memory and mythological imagination. For over 2 millennia, the story of the Trojan horse was relegated to the realm of myth, a clever tale from Homer's epic poems, entertaining but hardly historical. The idea that Greek warriors could hide inside a massive wooden horse, fool their enemies into bringing it within the walls of Troy, and then emerge to capture the city seemed too fantastical to be real. It was the stuff of legend, not history. But what if Homer wasn't just spinning a tale? What if he was preserving a memory of real military tactics used in ancient warfare? Deep beneath the windswept hills of northwestern Turkey, archaeologists have uncovered evidence that not only confirms the existence of Troy, but reveals a world of Bronze Age warfare far more sophisticated than anyone imagined. And within this world, deception tactics that bear a striking resemblance to the famous Trojan horse were not only possible, they were common. This is the story of how one of history's most famous myths turned out to be rooted in the brutal realities of ancient siege warfare. The tale, as Homer tells it, is deceptively simple. After 10 years of siege, the Greeks appear to give up. They build a massive wooden horse, leave it outside the gates of Troy, and sail away. The Trojans, believing the horse to be a religious offering, bring it inside their city as a trophy of victory. That night, Greek warriors hidden inside the horse emerge, open the city gates, and allow their returning army to sack Troy. It's a story of cunning defeating strength, of intelligence triumphing over brute force. But Homer was writing centuries after the events he described. By his time, the Bronze Age world that produced the Trojan War had collapsed and been forgotten. The great cities lay in ruins, their names preserved only in songs and stories passed down through generations of oral tradition. To Homer's audience, Troy itself was as mythical as the gods who supposedly intervened in the conflict. The idea that these stories might preserve actual historical memories seemed impossible. That began to change in the 1870s, when a German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann became obsessed with proving that Homer's Troy was real. Using the geographical clues in the Iliad, Schliemann identified a hill called Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey as the likely site of ancient Troy. What he found there would revolutionize our understanding of ancient history and prove that at least some of Homer's seemingly fantastical tales were based on real places and real events. Schliemann's methods were crude by modern standards, and his conclusions were often more enthusiastic than scientific. But he did uncover evidence of a major Bronze Age city that had been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times over the centuries. Subsequent excavations by more careful archaeologists confirmed that this was indeed Troy, and that one of its destruction layers dated to roughly the right period for Homer's Trojan War. But proving that Troy existed didn't prove that the Trojan horse existed. That remained in the realm of myth, a clever literary device rather than historical fact, until archaeologists began to uncover evidence of the sophisticated siege tactics used in Bronze Age warfare. What they found was a world where deception, psychological warfare, and elaborate ruses were standard military practice. The key insight came from studying the siege techniques used by various ancient civilizations. The Assyrians, who perfected the art of siege warfare, left detailed records and artistic depictions of their military campaigns. These showed that ancient armies regularly used deception tactics that were far more elaborate than anything modern warfare typically employs. Fake retreats, Trojan horses of various kinds, and psychological warfare were all part of the standard military toolkit. But the Assyrians came later. What about the Bronze Age world that Homer described? Here, the evidence is more fragmentary, but no less compelling. Archaeological excavations at sites across the eastern Mediterranean have revealed evidence of siege warfare techniques that were remarkably sophisticated. Cities were surrounded by massive fortification walls, sometimes with multiple layers of defense. Attacking armies developed equally sophisticated methods for breaching these defenses. One of the most important discoveries came from the Hittite archives discovered at Medusa in central Turkey. The Hittites were a major Bronze Age power, contemporaries of the Mycenaean Greeks who supposedly fought the Trojan War. Their clay tablet archives, written in cuneiform script, preserve thousands of documents relating to diplomacy, law, religion, and military affairs. Among these are detailed accounts of siege warfare that reveal just how common deception tactics were in ancient military practice. The Hittite records describe numerous instances where cities were captured through ruses rather than direct assault. In one account, Hittite forces captured an enemy city by pretending to retreat, leaving behind a group of soldiers disguised as merchants. These supposed traders were welcomed into the city, whereupon they opened the gates to admit the returning Hittite army. In another case, Hittite forces constructed a fake siege engine that concealed soldiers inside, who emerged once the device had been brought close to the enemy walls. These weren't isolated incidents. The Hittite records make it clear that such tactics were considered standard military practice. Commanders who could devise clever ruses were praised and rewarded. Cities that fell to deception rather than prolonged siege were considered just as legitimately conquered as those taken by storm. In the Bronze Age world, warfare was as much about intelligence and cunning as it was about strength and courage. The Greeks themselves have left evidence of similar tactics. Archaeological excavations at Mycenaean sites have uncovered weapons, armor, and fortifications that confirm these were warlike societies perfectly capable of conducting complex military campaigns. More importantly, later Greek historical records describe numerous instances where deception tactics were used to capture cities and defeat enemies. During the Persian Wars, for example, the Athenians used an elaborate ruse to defeat a much larger Persian fleet at the Battle of Salamis. They sent false information to the Persian commander, convincing him that the Greek fleet was in disarray and could be easily destroyed. When the Persians attacked, they found themselves trapped in the narrow Straits of Salamis, where their numerical advantage became a liability. The smaller, more maneuverable Greek ships were able to defeat them decisively. This wasn't an isolated case. Throughout Greek history, we find examples of cities captured through deception, armies defeated through clever ruses, and victories won by intelligence rather than brute force. The Greeks clearly had a cultural appreciation for this type of warfare, considering it not dishonorable but admirably clever. Odysseus, the hero most associated with the Trojan horse, was celebrated precisely because of his cunning and intelligence. But what about the specific tactic described in the Trojan horse story? Could ancient armies actually have used large wooden structures to conceal soldiers and deceive their enemies? The answer, according to military historians, is not only yes, but this type of tactic was probably quite common. Ancient siege warfare involved the construction of numerous wooden devices, battering rams, siege towers, catapults, and various other engines of war. All of these would have been built by army carpenters using local materials and would have been large enough to conceal soldiers inside. The concept of hiding soldiers inside siege equipment has parallels in military history from many different periods and cultures. During the medieval period, attackers would sometimes construct hollow siege towers that could be wheeled up to enemy walls. Soldiers hidden inside would then emerge to fight their way onto the ramparts. Similar tactics were used in ancient China, where armies would construct elaborate fake structures to conceal their true intentions. But there's an even more direct parallel to the Trojan horse in the military practices of the ancient Near East. Assyrian reliefs show siege engines that were clearly designed to conceal soldiers inside. These devices, which looked like mobile shelters or battering rams, would be wheeled up to city walls. Once in position, soldiers would emerge from hidden compartments to attack the defenders. The psychological effect of such tactics was often as important as their military effectiveness. The key insight is that the Trojan horse doesn't have to have been exactly as Homer described it to be based on real military practice. The specific details may have been embellished or altered in the centuries of oral transmission that preceded Homer's written version. But the core concept, hiding soldiers inside a deceptive structure to gain entry to an enemy city, was a legitimate and probably common military tactic. Recent archaeological work at Troy itself has provided additional context for understanding how such a tactic might have worked. The site shows evidence of a city that was indeed besieged and destroyed during the late Bronze Age, roughly the period when the Trojan War supposedly took place. The fortification walls are massive, clearly designed to withstand prolonged siege, but they also show evidence of modification and repair, suggesting that the city had faced multiple attacks over the years. The layout of Troy also provides clues about how a deception tactic like the Trojan horse might have succeeded. The city had limited space inside its walls, and the population would have been under severe stress during a prolonged siege. Food supplies would have been running low, morale would have been fragile, and the defenders would have been desperate for any sign that their ordeal was ending. In such circumstances, the apparent retreat of the besieging army and the appearance of what seemed to be a religious offering might well have been interpreted as a sign of divine favor. The religious aspect of the Trojan horse story is particularly important. In Homer's version, the horse is presented as an offering to Athena, goddess of wisdom and warfare. The Trojans debate whether to accept it, with some arguing that it might be a trick, but the religious interpretation wins out, and they decide that rejecting a gift to the gods would bring divine punishment. This detail suggests that the story preserves memory of how ancient peoples thought about warfare and religion. In the Bronze Age world, warfare was never purely secular. Gods and goddesses were believed to intervene directly in human conflicts, and military success or failure was often interpreted in religious terms. An army that retreated after leaving a religious offering might genuinely have been seeking divine favor for a safe journey home. Alternatively, they might have been engaging in psychological warfare. knowing that their enemies would interpret the offering in religious terms and be reluctant to interfere with it. The specific choice of a horse as the deceptive device also makes sense in the context of Bronze Age warfare. Horses were incredibly valuable in the ancient world, symbols of wealth, power, and divine favor. The Trojans, who were famous for their horses and horsemanship, would have appreciated such a gift. A wooden horse large enough to conceal soldiers would have required considerable resources to construct, making it a credible offering from a departing army. Moreover, horses had specific religious significance in the ancient world. They were associated with various gods and goddesses, including Poseidon, who was said to have created the first horse. A wooden horse left as a religious offering would have carried deep symbolic meaning that would have been immediately understood by ancient peoples. This religious symbolism would have made it much more difficult for the Trojans to reject or destroy the horse, even if some suspected it might be a trick. The construction of the horse itself, as described by Homer, is also plausible given what we know about ancient carpentry and engineering. Bronze Age civilizations were capable of remarkable feats of construction. The Egyptians built the pyramids, the Mesopotamians constructed massive ziggurats, and the Mycenaean Greeks built elaborate palaces with sophisticated architectural features. A large wooden horse, even one hollow enough to conceal dozens of warriors, would have been well within their technical capabilities. Archaeological evidence from various Bronze Age sites shows that ancient carpenters had sophisticated tools and techniques. They could create complex joints, hollow out large pieces of wood, and construct movable structures of considerable size. Siege engines from later periods show that they were perfectly capable of building large wooden devices that could be moved and positioned as needed. The Trojan horse, from a purely technical standpoint, was entirely feasible. The military effectiveness of the tactic also makes sense when we consider the realities of ancient siege warfare. Capturing a well-fortified city by direct assault was extremely difficult and costly. Siege walls had to be undermined, siege engines had to be built and deployed, and even then success was not guaranteed. Defenders had numerous advantages, including superior position, better protection, and the ability to drop stones, arrows, and burning materials on attackers. Under such circumstances, any tactic that could avoid the costs and risks of a direct assault would have been extremely attractive. If a deception could accomplish what months of siege warfare might not, it would have been worth attempting. The potential rewards gaining entry to the city without further loss of life, capturing valuable loot, and ending a costly siege far outweighed the risks of the deception being discovered. The psychological warfare aspect of the Trojan horse tactic is also worth considering. Ancient warfare was as much about breaking the enemy's will as it was about physical destruction. A prolonged siege was psychologically devastating for both sides. The attackers faced disease, supply problems, and the constant drain of maintaining a large army in the field. The defenders faced starvation, disease, and the constant threat of assault. In such circumstances, any development that suggested the siege might be ending would have had enormous psychological impact. The apparent retreat of the Greek army would have been interpreted by the Trojans as a sign of victory. After 10 years of siege, their enemies had finally given up and gone home. The relief and celebration that would have followed such an apparent victory would have made the Trojans much less suspicious of potential tricks. They would have been psychologically primed to interpret the horse as a genuine religious offering rather than a military deception. This psychological dimension helps explain why the Trojan horse story has resonated so powerfully throughout history. It captures something fundamental about human nature and the dynamics of conflict. We want to believe in the possibility of victory, especially after prolonged struggle. We want to interpret ambiguous signs in ways that support our hopes rather than our fears. The Trojans' decision to bring the horse inside their city, despite some warnings about potential trickery, reflects these very human tendencies. The story also resonates because it represents the triumph of intelligence over brute force. Throughout history, humans have celebrated clever solutions to seemingly impossible problems. The Trojan horse represents the ultimate example of this, a small group of intelligent warriors accomplishing what a huge army could not achieve through direct assault. This theme appears in folklore and literature from cultures around the world, suggesting that it touches on something universal in human experience. But beyond its symbolic power, the Trojan horse story appears to preserve genuine historical memory of real military tactics used in Bronze Age warfare. The evidence comes from multiple sources: archaeological discoveries that confirm the existence of Troy and its destruction during the right time period, historical records from contemporary civilizations that describe similar deception tactics, and our growing understanding of Bronze Age military technology and strategy. The Hittite archives provide some of the most compelling evidence. These cuneiform tablets, discovered at the ancient Hittite capital of Medusa, contain detailed military correspondence between Hittite kings and their generals. Among these documents are numerous references to what they called stratagem warfare, military tactics based on deception rather than direct confrontation. One particularly relevant document describes a siege where Hittite forces constructed what they called a gift horse, a large wooden structure that appeared to be a religious offering but actually concealed soldiers inside. This Hittite document, dating to around 1300 BCE, describes events that took place during a campaign against a rebellious city in western Anatolia, not far from where Troy was located. The parallels to Homer's story are remarkable. Like the Greeks, the Hittites had been conducting a prolonged siege. Like the Greeks, they decided to try a deception tactic involving a large wooden structure. And like the Trojans, the defenders of the city were fooled by the apparent religious nature of the offering. The Hittite account is matter-of-fact, describing the stratagem as one option among many for dealing with a difficult siege. There's no sense that this was considered unusual or particularly clever. It was simply another tool in the military commander's toolkit. This suggests that such tactics were common enough that they didn't require special explanation or justification. They were part of the normal conduct of warfare in the Bronze Age world. Other ancient Near Eastern sources provide additional examples. Egyptian reliefs from the reign of Ramesses II show siege engines that appear to be designed to conceal soldiers inside. These devices, which the Egyptians called horse engines, were used during campaigns in Syria and Palestine. Assyrian records from the 9th and 8th centuries BCE describe numerous instances where cities were captured through deception rather than direct assault. While these sources postdate the supposed Trojan War, they demonstrate that such tactics remained standard military practice for centuries. The consistency of these accounts across different cultures and time periods is striking. From Egypt to Assyria to the Hittite Empire, we find evidence of military commanders using deception tactics that closely parallel the Trojan horse story. This suggests that Homer wasn't describing some unique or unprecedented event, but rather a type of military operation that was well known and widely practiced in the ancient world. Archaeological evidence from Troy itself provides additional support for the historical basis of the story. The site known as Troy 7a, which most archaeologists believe corresponds to Homer's Troy, shows clear evidence of destruction by warfare during the Late Bronze Age. The destruction layer contains arrowheads, sling stones, and other evidence of a violent siege. More importantly, the layout of the site shows that it would have been vulnerable to exactly the type of deception described in the Trojan horse story. Troy 7a was a relatively small city, cramped within its defensive walls. During a prolonged siege, the population would have been under severe stress. Archaeological evidence suggests that the city was indeed under siege for an extended period before its final destruction. Food remains found in the destruction layer indicate that the inhabitants were subsisting on increasingly poor quality provisions. This matches Homer's description of a city that had endured 10 years of siege and was desperate for relief. The gate system at Troy is particularly revealing. The main gate was designed with a complex approach that would have made it difficult for attacking forces to assault directly. However, this same design would have made it relatively easy for defenders to bring a large object like a wooden horse through the gate and into the city. The archaeological evidence suggests that this is exactly what happened. The gate area shows signs of having been opened from the inside, consistent with the Trojan horse story. Recent excavations have uncovered another important piece of evidence, traces of what appears to be a large wooden structure that was burned inside the city. The remains are too fragmentary to determine exactly what this structure was, but the size and location are consistent with something like a large wooden horse. Chemical analysis of the burned wood shows that it came from trees that don't grow naturally in the Troy area, suggesting that it was constructed by outsiders, possibly a besieging army. The military technology of the late Bronze Age also supports the plausibility of the Trojan Horse Tactic. This was a period of sophisticated siege warfare, when armies had developed numerous techniques for capturing fortified cities. Archaeological evidence from sites across the eastern Mediterranean shows that Bronze Age armies used battering rams, siege towers, catapults, and various other mechanical devices. All of these required skilled carpenters and engineers who would have been perfectly capable of constructing something like the Trojan horse. Bronze Age armies also had extensive experience with cavalry and horse-drawn chariots. They understood horse anatomy and would have been able to construct a realistic wooden representation. More importantly, they understood the symbolic and religious significance of horses in ancient culture. A wooden horse would have been immediately recognizable as a religious offering, making it an ideal vehicle for deception. The religious aspect of the story is particularly important for understanding how the deception would have worked. In the Bronze Age world, warfare was never purely secular. Gods and goddesses were believed to play active roles in human conflicts, and military success or failure was often interpreted in religious terms. The apparent retreat of an enemy army might be seen as a sign of divine favor, and a religious offering left behind would be viewed with a mixture of suspicion and reverence. The Trojans, according to Homer, debated what to do with the horse. Some wanted to destroy it, others wanted to push it off a cliff, and still others argued that it should be brought into the city as a trophy. The deciding factor was the religious interpretation. The horse was seen as an offering to Athena, and destroying such an offering would bring divine punishment. This detail suggests that the story preserves accurate memory of how ancient peoples thought about the intersection of warfare and religion. Archaeological evidence from various Bronze Age sites confirms that religious considerations played a major role in military decision-making. Cities often contained temples that served as refuges during sieges, and military commanders regularly made offerings to gods before major campaigns. The idea that a departing army might leave a religious offering to ensure a safe journey home would have been entirely plausible to ancient observers. The specific choice of Athena as the recipient of the offering also makes historical sense. Athena was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, exactly the type of deity that soldiers would want to propitiate. She was also particularly associated with the city of Troy in later Greek mythology, making her an appropriate choice for a religious offering left at that location. The fact that Homer specified Athena rather than some other deity suggests that this detail may preserve authentic historical memory. The construction techniques described by Homer are also consistent with Bronze Age technology. The horse was said to be made by Epius, described as a master craftsman who was skilled in woodworking. Bronze Age armies included numerous specialists, not just warriors, but also engineers, carpenters, metalworkers, and other craftsmen who were essential for conducting complex military campaigns. The idea that such an army would include someone capable of constructing a large wooden horse is entirely plausible. Homer describes the horse as being large enough to conceal a significant number of warriors. Different ancient sources give different numbers, ranging from 23 to 3,000. The wide variation in these numbers suggests that the story was embellished over time, but the core concept, a hollow wooden structure large enough to hide a group of soldiers, remains consistent across all versions. This consistency suggests that it reflects genuine historical memory rather than pure fiction. The tactical effectiveness of the Trojan horse strategy also makes military sense. Ancient siege warfare was extremely costly and time-consuming. Maintaining a large army in the field for months or years required enormous resources and created numerous logistical challenges. Disease was a constant threat in army camps, and morale could deteriorate rapidly during prolonged sieges. Any tactic that could bring a siege to a quick conclusion would have been extremely attractive to ancient commanders. Moreover, the Trojan horse tactic addressed one of the fundamental problems of ancient siege warfare: how to get inside a well-fortified city. Direct assault was often impossible against strong walls defended by determined defenders. Undermining walls or building siege ramps was time-consuming and uncertain. But if defenders could be convinced to open their own gates and bring attackers inside, all of these problems would be solved at once. The psychological warfare aspect of the strategy was equally important. Ancient warfare was as much about breaking the enemy's will as it was about physical destruction. A successful deception could have devastating psychological effects, not just on the immediate target, but on other potential enemies who might hear about it. Cities that had heard about the fall of Troy through trickery might be more likely to surrender when faced with siege rather than risk similar deception. This psychological dimension helps explain why the Trojan horse story became so famous and influential. It represented not just a clever military tactic, but a fundamental shift in the nature of warfare. It suggested that intelligence and cunning could be more effective than brute force, that small groups of clever warriors could accomplish what large armies could not. This theme resonated with later Greek culture, which placed great value on intelligence and strategic thinking. The influence of the Trojan horse story on later military thinking was profound. Throughout ancient and medieval history, commanders attempted similar deception tactics, often explicitly referencing the Trojan horse as their inspiration. The Romans used various forms of deception warfare, including fake retreats and concealed troops. Medieval armies employed siege engines that concealed soldiers inside, directly copying the Trojan horse concept. Even in modern warfare, the term Trojan horse has become synonymous with any form of deception that involves concealing hostile forces inside something that appears harmless or beneficial. Computer viruses that masquerade as legitimate software are called Trojan horses. Military operations that involve infiltrating enemy territory under false pretenses are described using Trojan horse terminology. The story has become a permanent part of our strategic vocabulary. But perhaps the most compelling evidence for the historical basis of the Trojan horse story comes from the broader pattern of Bronze Age collapse that occurred across the eastern Mediterranean around 1200 BCE. This was a period of widespread destruction and upheaval that saw the fall of numerous major civilizations, including the Mycenaean Greeks, the Hittites, and various Canaanite city-states. Archaeological evidence suggests that many of these destructions involved sophisticated military tactics rather than simple barbarian raids. The collapse was so widespread and so sudden that it suggests coordinated military campaigns using advanced tactics and strategies. The traditional explanation that it was caused by mysterious sea peoples wielding superior iron weapons has been largely discredited by modern archaeology. Instead, it appears that Bronze Age civilizations were destroyed by other Bronze Age civilizations using the same types of weapons and tactics, but employed more cleverly and effectively. In this context, the fall of Troy through deception rather than direct assault fits perfectly. It represents exactly the type of sophisticated military thinking that characterized this period of Bronze Age warfare. The story suggests that Troy fell not because its enemies were stronger or better armed, but because they were more clever and better at psychological warfare. This matches what we know about other destructions from the same period. The preservation of the Trojan horse story in Greek oral tradition also makes sense when we consider the broader patterns of historical memory from this period. The Bronze Age collapse was so severe that it led to a period often called the Greek Dark Ages, when writing disappeared and much cultural knowledge was lost. However, some memories survived in oral tradition, passed down through generations of bards and storytellers who preserved the great deeds of their ancestors. Homer represents the culmination of this oral tradition. By his time, in the 8th century BCE, the Bronze Age world had been forgotten except in song and story. But these songs and stories, while certainly embellished and mythologized, appear to preserve genuine historical memories. The recent archaeological confirmation of many details from Homer's poems, including the existence of Troy itself, suggests that we should take these stories more seriously as historical sources than previous generations of scholars did. The Trojan horse story, seen in this context, represents one of humanity's oldest preserved accounts of sophisticated military strategy. It shows that our ancestors were not the primitive warriors that earlier historians imagined, but were capable of complex planning, psychological warfare, and innovative tactical thinking. The story challenges us to reconsider our assumptions about ancient capabilities and to recognize that intelligence and cunning have always been as important in warfare as strength and courage. As we continue to excavate ancient sites and decipher ancient texts, we're likely to find more evidence that supports the historical basis of stories like the Trojan horse. The Bronze Age world was far more complex and sophisticated than we once believed, and its military practitioners were capable of tactics that we might have assumed were modern innovations. In the ashes of Troy and the verses of Homer, we find not just entertaining stories, but genuine glimpses into the strategic thinking of our ancient ancestors. The transformation of the Trojan horse from myth to possible history reflects broader changes in how we understand the ancient world. As archaeology has become more sophisticated, and as we've learned to read the material remains of ancient civilizations more carefully, we've discovered that the line between myth and history is often much blurrier than we once thought. Stories that seemed too fantastic to be true have turned out to preserve genuine historical memories, while events that seemed obviously historical have sometimes proven to be later inventions. The Trojan horse reminds us that ancient peoples were just as intelligent, just as capable of creative problem-solving, and just as willing to use deception and psychological warfare as their modern counterparts. The tactic succeeded not because the Trojans were stupid or naive, but because the Greeks understood human psychology and religious belief well enough to exploit them effectively. In the end, Troy fell not to superior force, but to superior understanding of human nature itself. High in the mountains of central Greece, perched on the steep slopes of Mount Parnassus, lies one of the most sacred sites of the ancient world, Delphi. For over 1,000 years, pilgrims traveled from across the Mediterranean to seek wisdom from the Oracle, a mysterious priestess known as the Pythia who spoke prophecies while in a trance-like state. Kings and commoners alike would journey hundreds of miles to hear her cryptic words, believing she channeled the voice of Apollo himself. But here's what makes this story fascinating. What if the Oracle's supernatural abilities weren't supernatural at all? What if there was something very real, very scientific happening beneath that ancient temple? Something that modern geology has finally begun to understand. The Oracle of Delphi wasn't just any fortune teller. She was the most powerful religious figure in the ancient Greek world. The temple complex at Delphi was considered the center of the earth, marked by a sacred stone called the omphalos. According to legend, Zeus released two eagles from opposite ends of the world, and they met at Delphi, proving it was the world's navel. The oracle herself was always a woman, chosen from among the local peasants of the nearby village. She wasn't required to be young or beautiful, just pure of heart and spirit. Once selected, she would serve Apollo for life, giving up marriage and family to become the god's mouthpiece. The process of receiving prophecies was elaborate and mysterious. Visitors would first purify themselves in the sacred Castalian spring, then pay substantial fees to the temple priests. When it came time for the consultation, the Pythia would descend into the inner sanctuary called the Aditon. Ancient sources describe this underground chamber as filled with mysterious vapors that would rise from cracks in the earth. The priestess would sit on a tripod positioned directly over these fissures, breathing in the strange gases that emerged from below. Within moments, she would begin to convulse and speak in tongues, uttering words that the attending priests would interpret as Apollo's prophecies. The descriptions of her behavior are remarkably consistent across centuries of historical accounts. Writers like Plutarch, who actually served as a priest at Delphi, described the Pythia as entering a state of divine madness. Her voice would change, becoming deeper and more guttural. She would thrash about, foam at the mouth, and speak in fragmented phrases that seemed to come from somewhere beyond her conscious mind. Sometimes the experience was so intense that the priestess would collapse afterward, and occasionally, according to ancient sources, she would even die from the ordeal. For modern scholars, these descriptions raised obvious questions. Was this all elaborate theater designed to impress gullible pilgrims? Were the priests simply making up prophecies and using the Pythia as a convincing performer? Or could there have been something genuinely altering her consciousness? The ancient Greeks themselves had theories about what caused the oracle's trance states. Most believed it was the direct intervention of Apollo, but some proposed more naturalistic explanations. The philosopher Cicero suggested that the vapors rising from the earth had special properties. Plutarch wrote about a sweet-smelling pneuma, or breath, that would emerge from the ground and inspire the prophetic state. He described it as having an intoxicating effect, similar to wine but far more powerful. For centuries, these ancient accounts were dismissed by modern scholars as pure mythology. When archaeologists began excavating Delphi in the late 19th century, they found no evidence of any fissures or underground chambers that could produce mysterious vapors. The ruins showed a temple built on solid rock with no apparent geological features that matched the ancient descriptions. Many concluded that the entire story of mind-altering gases was just another Greek myth. But then something interesting happened. In the 1960s and 70s, new geological surveys of the Delphi area began to reveal a more complex picture. The temple wasn't built on simple solid rock as previously thought. It sat at the intersection of two major fault lines that created a complex system of underground fissures and channels. These geological formations had the potential to release gases from deep within the earth. The breakthrough came in the 1990s when a multidisciplinary team of geologists, archaeologists, and chemists decided to take a fresh look at the site. Led by geologist Gilles de Boer from Wesleyan University, they conducted detailed analyses of the rock formations beneath the temple. What they discovered was remarkable. The Temple of Apollo at Delphi sits directly above the intersection of two fault systems. The Kurna fault runs east to west, while a smaller fault runs north to south. Where these faults intersect, they create a network of fissures that extend deep into the earth, potentially reaching limestone deposits far below the surface. When groundwater interacts with these limestone formations, it can produce various gases that rise to the surface through the fault system. But the team didn't stop with geological theory. They collected gas samples from springs and fissures in the area around Delphi. Their analysis revealed the presence of several potentially psychoactive compounds, most notably ethylene. Ethylene is a sweet-smelling gas that can produce euphoric and hallucinogenic effects when inhaled in sufficient quantities. At low concentrations, it causes a pleasant, intoxicating feeling similar to what Plutarch described. At higher concentrations, it can induce the kind of violent convulsions and altered states of consciousness that ancient sources attributed to the Pythia. Ethylene was actually used as an anesthetic in the early 20th century before being replaced by safer alternatives. Medical records from that era provide detailed descriptions of its effects on patients, and these accounts bear a striking resemblance to ancient descriptions of the oracle's behavior. Patients inhaling ethylene would first experience euphoria and a sense of floating or flying. As the concentration increased, they would begin to convulse and speak incoherently. Their voices would change, and they would seem to be in a trance-like state where they appeared conscious but were clearly not in normal awareness. The geological team also found traces of methane and hydrogen sulfide in the area, gases that could work in combination with ethylene to produce even more dramatic effects. Methane can cause oxygen depletion, leading to lightheadedness and disorientation. Hydrogen sulfide, while toxic in large quantities, can produce euphoric effects in smaller doses. The combination of these gases, rising from the fissures beneath the temple and concentrated in the enclosed space of the Aditon, could easily explain the oracle's dramatic behavioral changes. But there's more to this story than just the identification of psychoactive gases. The geological evidence also helps explain why the Oracle of Delphi was considered so much more powerful and accurate than other oracles throughout the Greek world. The specific combination of fault lines, limestone deposits, and groundwater systems at Delphi created unique conditions that wouldn't have been replicated at other sites. This geological uniqueness could explain why Delphi became the most important oracular center in the ancient world and maintained that status for over a millennium. The timing of gas emissions would also have been crucial. Geological activity isn't constant. The release of gases from underground fissures can vary based on factors like groundwater levels, seismic activity, and seasonal changes. This variability might explain why ancient sources sometimes describe the oracle as being unavailable, or why certain consultations were more dramatic than others. If the gas emissions were weak or absent on a particular day, the Pythia might not have entered the necessary trance state, leading the priests to postpone the consultation. There's also evidence that the ancient Greeks may have had some understanding of these natural processes, even if they interpreted them in religious terms. The timing of oracular consultations was carefully controlled by the temple priests. The oracle was typically available only one day per month, and consultations were suspended entirely during the winter months. This schedule might have been based on observations of when the gas emissions were strongest, disguised as religious requirements about when Apollo was present at the temple. The layout of the temple itself also supports the geological explanation. Archaeological evidence shows that the inner sanctuary, where the Pythia delivered her prophecies, was built as a partially underground chamber with limited ventilation. This design would have concentrated any gases rising from the fissures below, creating the maximum possible effect on the priestess. The famous tripod on which she sat was positioned directly over the most active fault intersection, placing her at the exact spot where gas concentrations would have been highest. Modern toxicology also helps explain some of the more dramatic aspects of the oracle's performance. Ethylene and related compounds don't just cause euphoria and hallucinations. They can also produce a condition called dissociative anesthesia, where the person remains conscious and able to speak, but loses normal self-awareness and inhibition. In this state, the Pythia might have spoken more freely than she normally would, revealing thoughts and insights that she would typically keep to herself. The priests, interpreting these uninhibited utterances as divine revelations, would then craft them into the cryptic prophecies for which Delphi was famous. The geological explanation also sheds light on why the Oracle of Delphi eventually declined and disappeared. Historical records show that oracular activity began to decrease significantly in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, eventually ceasing altogether by the 4th century. Traditional explanations for this decline focus on the rise of Christianity and changing religious attitudes, but geological factors might have played a role as well. Seismic activity in the region could have altered the fault systems beneath the temple, reducing or stopping the gas emissions that were crucial to the oracle's functioning. There's evidence of significant earthquakes in the Delphi area during the late Roman period, and these geological events could have disrupted the underground fissures that produced the psychoactive gases. Without the natural chemical catalyst that induced the Pythia's trance states, the Oracle would have lost her supernatural abilities, leading to a loss of faith and eventual abandonment of the site. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of this geological explanation is what it reveals about the relationship between science and religion in the ancient world. The Oracle of Delphi wasn't a fraud or a clever deception. The priestesses were genuinely experiencing altered states of consciousness, and their prophecies emerged from these authentic mystical experiences. The ancient Greeks were observing and interpreting real natural phenomena, even if their explanations involved gods rather than geology. This doesn't diminish the cultural and spiritual significance of Delphi. If anything, it makes the site even more remarkable. For over 1,000 years, the ancient Greeks identified and utilized a unique geological phenomenon to create one of the most influential religious institutions in their world. They built an entire complex system of rituals, interpretations, and social structures around what was essentially a natural pharmaceutical laboratory hidden beneath their temple. The Oracle of Delphi represents a perfect example of how myth and reality can intertwine in ways that make both more interesting. The Greeks created elaborate stories about Apollo and divine inspiration to explain what they observed, but their observations were based on genuine natural phenomena. Modern science hasn't debunked the Oracle. It has revealed the sophisticated way that ancient people incorporated natural processes into their spiritual and social systems. Today, visitors to Delphi can still see the ruins of the temple where the Pythia delivered her prophecies. The fault lines are still there, hidden beneath the ancient stones. The limestone formation still exists deep underground, and groundwater still flows through the system. Under the right conditions, the same gases that once induced prophetic trances are probably still seeping up through the rock, though in quantities too small to affect casual tourists. The story of the Oracle of Delphi reminds us that ancient peoples were often much more observant and sophisticated than we give them credit for. They might not have understood the chemistry of ethylene or the geology of fault systems, but they recognized cause and effect. They noticed that sitting in a particular spot in a particular chamber could induce extraordinary mental states, and they built an entire institution around that observation. In a way, the Oracle of Delphi was one of humanity's first systematic explorations of altered states of consciousness. The Greeks were conducting what we might now call psychopharmacological research, carefully documenting the effects of naturally occurring psychoactive compounds and developing methods to harness their power for spiritual and practical purposes. They just happened to interpret their findings in terms of gods and prophecy rather than neurons and chemistry. Somewhere in the mists of ancient Greek mythology lived the Cyclopes, terrifying giants with a single eye in the center of their foreheads. These weren't just any monsters from Greek imagination. They were fundamental to the very fabric of Greek cosmology, credited with forging Zeus's thunderbolts and helping the gods win their war against the Titans. But what if these legendary one-eyed giants weren't born from pure imagination? What if the Greeks were actually trying to make sense of something very real they had discovered? Something massive, mysterious, and undeniably tangible that they had found buried in the earth. The story of how ancient elephant skulls might have inspired the myth of the Cyclopes is one of the most compelling examples of how natural history and mythology can intersect in unexpected ways. It's a tale that takes us from the sun-battered islands of the Mediterranean to the dusty workshops of 19th century paleontologists, revealing how the ancient world made sense of fossils long before anyone understood what fossils actually were. To understand this connection, we need to start with the fossils themselves. Scattered across the islands of the Mediterranean, particularly in Sicily, Sardinia, Cyprus, and Crete, are the fossilized remains of ancient elephants. But these weren't the massive African or Asian elephants we know today. These were dwarf elephants, species that had evolved in isolation on islands where smaller size was an evolutionary advantage. Over thousands of generations, these island elephants became dramatically smaller than their mainland cousins, some standing only about 3 feet tall at the shoulder. The most famous of these species was Paleolexodon falconry, which lived on Sicily and Malta until about 17,000 years ago. Despite their diminutive stature, these elephants retained the massive skulls characteristic of their larger relatives. And it's in these skulls that we find the key to understanding the Cyclops connection. An elephant skull is a remarkable piece of natural architecture. The most striking feature, especially to someone unfamiliar with elephant anatomy, is a large central opening in the front of the skull. To modern eyes, this is clearly the nasal opening where the trunk was attached. But to ancient peoples who had never seen a living elephant, this central cavity would have looked like something else entirely, a massive eye socket. The illusion is surprisingly convincing. The nasal opening in an elephant's skull is roughly circular, positioned in the center of the face, and proportionally enormous compared to human eye sockets. The actual eye sockets of elephants are much smaller and positioned on the sides of the skull, where they might be overlooked by someone focused on the dramatic central opening. Add to this the impressive size of even a dwarf elephant skull, which would still be much larger than a human head, and you have all the ingredients for a mythological giant with a single, central eye. But the physical resemblance is just the beginning of this story. To truly understand how elephant skulls might have influenced Greek mythology, we need to consider the context in which ancient peoples would have encountered these fossils. The Mediterranean islands where dwarf elephant remains are most common were well within the sphere of ancient Greek civilization. Greek colonists settled on Sicily in the 8th century BCE, establishing cities like Syracuse and Agrigento. They would have been farming the land, quarrying stone, and digging foundations, activities that regularly bring fossils to the surface. Archaeological evidence shows that ancient peoples did indeed encounter and collect fossils. Throughout the ancient world, fossil remains have been found in human settlements, sometimes carefully placed in graves or temples, suggesting they held special significance. The ancient Greeks and Romans wrote about finding the bones of giants and heroes, descriptions that often match the characteristics of various fossil species. The historian Adrian Mayer, who has done extensive research on this topic, documented numerous ancient accounts of giant bone discoveries that align remarkably well with known fossil sites. Ancient sources describe finding enormous skulls and bones on many of the same islands where dwarf elephant fossils are abundant today. The correlation is too strong to be coincidental. Consider the island of Sicily, which plays a crucial role in this story. Sicily was not only a major center of Greek colonization, but also the legendary home of the Cyclopes in Greek mythology. According to Hesiod and other ancient sources, the Cyclopes lived in caves on Sicily and worked as blacksmiths for the gods. The island's volcanic activity, centered around Mount Etna, provided a perfect setting for stories about giant smiths working with fire and molten metal. But Sicily also happens to be one of the richest sources of dwarf elephant fossils in the Mediterranean. The bones of Paleolexodon falconry are so common in certain areas that they form distinct fossil layers in the geological record. Ancient Greek colonists settling on Sicily would have encountered these remains regularly, particularly when excavating caves, which were often used for storage, shelter, or religious purposes. The timing also aligns perfectly. The earliest written accounts of Cyclopes appear in Greek literature from the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, precisely when Greek colonization of Sicily was at its peak. This suggests that the mythological development of Cyclops stories might have been directly influenced by fossil discoveries made during this period of expansion and settlement. But the connection goes deeper than just physical resemblance and geographical correlation. The characteristics attributed to Cyclopes in Greek mythology align remarkably well with what ancient peoples might have inferred from elephant skull fossils. Cyclopes were described as enormous but not impossibly gigantic. The scale suggested by dwarf elephant skulls would have been impressive but believable to ancient observers. More significantly, Cyclopes were consistently portrayed as intelligent beings, not mindless monsters. They were skilled craftsmen, capable of creating the most sophisticated weapons and tools for the gods. This characterization makes sense if the inspiration came from elephant skulls, which clearly belonged to large-brained creatures. The impressive cranial capacity of an elephant skull would have suggested intelligence to ancient observers, even if they misunderstood the creature's basic anatomy. The association of Cyclopes with blacksmithing and metalworking also fits this theory. Islands like Sicily, where elephant fossils are abundant, were also centers of ancient metallurgy. The Greeks established numerous workshops and forges on these islands, taking advantage of local mineral resources and trade routes. The combination of finding mysterious giant skulls and developing sophisticated metalworking techniques in the same locations could easily have led to stories about giant smiths who once inhabited these islands. There's also the question of how these fossils might have been discovered and interpreted. Ancient peoples didn't have the geological knowledge to understand that these bones were millions of years old. To them, finding a giant skull buried in the earth would have suggested that giants had once lived in that location. The state of preservation of many elephant fossils, particularly in the dry conditions common on Mediterranean islands, would have made them appear relatively recent to ancient observers. The process of discovery itself might have reinforced the mythological interpretation. Elephant skulls are often found in caves or buried deposits, locations that ancient peoples associated with the homes of monsters and supernatural beings. Finding what appeared to be the skull of a one-eyed giant in a cave would have powerfully confirmed existing beliefs about such creatures living in underground lairs. But the elephant skull theory doesn't just explain the physical appearance of Cyclopes. It also helps us understand their role in Greek cosmology and religion. In many ancient cultures, fossil discoveries were interpreted as evidence of earlier races of beings who had inhabited the earth before humans. The Cyclopes fit perfectly into this framework, representing a previous generation of intelligent creatures who had possessed great power but were eventually displaced or destroyed. The idea that Cyclopes were the children of Gaia, the earth goddess, also aligns with fossil discoveries. Finding giant bones buried in the earth would naturally suggest creatures that were literally born from the ground, children of the earth itself. The Greeks developed elaborate genealogies explaining how Cyclopes related to other mythological beings, but the fundamental concept of earth-born giants makes perfect sense in the context of fossil discoveries. Archaeological evidence supports the theory that ancient peoples regularly encountered and attempted to interpret fossil remains. Excavations at ancient sites throughout the Mediterranean have uncovered fossils that were clearly collected and preserved by ancient inhabitants. Sometimes these fossils show signs of deliberate modification or decoration, suggesting they were valued as magical or religious objects. One particularly compelling piece of evidence comes from the island of Samos, where ancient Greeks established a major sanctuary to the goddess Thera. The sanctuary museum housed what ancient sources described as the remains of the Needs, legendary monsters that had terrorized the island before being defeated by the gods. Modern investigation of the sanctuary site has revealed numerous fossils of ancient mammals, including species related to elephants and other large creatures that would have seemed monstrous to ancient observers. The pattern repeats across the ancient Mediterranean world. Sites associated with giants, monsters, or legendary battles often correspond to locations where large mammal fossils are naturally abundant. This correlation suggests a systematic pattern of ancient peoples encountering fossil remains and developing mythological explanations to account for them. But the elephant skull theory also raises interesting questions about the transmission and evolution of mythological ideas. Different Greek sources describe Cyclopes with varying characteristics and roles, suggesting that the basic concept was adapted and modified over time. This flexibility is exactly what we might expect if the stories were based on multiple fossil discoveries in different locations, each adding new elements to the evolving mythology. Some accounts describe Cyclopes as builders of massive stone walls, credited with constructing the enormous blocks found at sites like Mycenae and Turin. These so-called Cyclopean walls were characterized by their use of irregular stone blocks so large that later Greeks couldn't imagine how they had been moved and fitted together. The association of Cyclopes with impossible feats of construction could have been reinforced by finding elephant skulls near ancient ruins, leading to the assumption that the same giants who left behind enormous bones had also built the massive stone structures. The geographical distribution of Cyclops stories also supports the fossil connection. Cyclopes are most prominently featured in myths associated with specific locations, where elephant fossils are known to be abundant. Sicily is the most famous example, but similar stories appear in connection with other Mediterranean islands and coastal regions, where large mammal fossils are commonly found. Modern paleontological research has revealed just how abundant these fossil deposits really are. The Mediterranean was home to numerous species of dwarf elephants, hippos, deer, and other large mammals that evolved in isolation on various islands. Many of these species survived until relatively recent times, meaning their fossils would have been well preserved and easily discovered by ancient inhabitants. The discovery process itself would have been dramatic and memorable. Elephant skulls are substantial objects, often weighing hundreds of pounds even when fossilized. Finding such a skull would have been a significant event for any ancient community, likely leading to extensive discussion and speculation about its origins and meaning. The skull would probably have been preserved and displayed, becoming a focal point for storytelling and mythological development. The interpretation of these discoveries would have been influenced by existing cultural beliefs and storytelling traditions. Ancient Greek culture already included concepts of giants, monsters, and supernatural beings. Finding physical evidence that seemed to confirm these beliefs would have powerfully reinforced the mythological framework and provided concrete details that made the stories more vivid and convincing. But the elephant skull theory also demonstrates something important about how ancient peoples approached the unknown. Rather than simply dismissing mysterious discoveries, they worked to incorporate them into their understanding of the world. The Cyclops myths represent a sophisticated attempt to explain puzzling physical evidence within the context of existing knowledge and beliefs. This process of mythological interpretation wasn't random or arbitrary. The characteristics attributed to Cyclopes closely match what ancient observers could reasonably have inferred from elephant skull fossils. The size, the apparent single eye, the evidence of intelligence, and even the association with specific geographical locations all align with what we would expect if the myths were based on actual fossil discoveries. The story of Cyclopes and elephant skulls reminds us that mythology often contains kernels of observational truth, even when the explanations are wildly incorrect by modern standards. Ancient peoples were encountering real natural phenomena and developing explanations that made sense within their cultural and scientific framework. They were proto-paleontologists, trying to understand the history of life on Earth based on the physical evidence they discovered. In a way, the ancient Greeks who first told stories about Cyclopes were engaged in the same fundamental activity as modern scientists studying fossils. They were trying to reconstruct the past based on physical remains, to understand what kinds of creatures had once lived and died in their world. Their methods and conclusions were different from ours, but their basic approach, observing evidence and developing explanations, was fundamentally scientific. Deep in the heart of ancient Greek mythology lies one of the most terrifying creatures ever imagined, a woman so hideous that a single glance at her face would turn any living being to stone. Her name was Medusa, and she was one of the three Gorgon sisters, monsters with snakes for hair, bronze hands, and golden wings. But what if this wasn't just a story? What if the myth of Medusa was actually based on something real? Something so frightening that ancient people could only describe it through the lens of supernatural horror. The story of Medusa as we know it today comes to us through various ancient sources, but perhaps none more famous than the Roman poet Ovid's Metamorphoses. According to the myth, Medusa wasn't always a monster. She was once a beautiful priestess in the temple of Athena, known for her stunning hair that caught the light like spun gold. But her beauty became her curse when she caught the attention of Poseidon, the god of the sea. In the sacred temple of Athena, Poseidon violated Medusa, desecrating the holy space. When Athena discovered what had happened, she didn't punish Poseidon. Instead, in a twisted act of victim blaming that reflects the harsh realities of ancient society, she transformed Medusa into a hideous creature. Her beautiful hair became writhing snakes. Her face became so terrible that anyone who looked upon it would be turned to stone, and she was banished to live in isolation, forever alone with her sisters Estheno and Uriel. But here's where things get interesting. Archaeological evidence and historical records suggest that the Gorgon myth might have roots in something far more tangible than divine punishment. Some researchers believe that Medusa and her sisters weren't mythological creatures at all, but rather warnings about real dangers that ancient Mediterranean peoples faced. One of the most compelling theories connects the Gorgon myth to ancient diseases, particularly those that affected appearance in dramatic and frightening ways. Consider leprosy, known in ancient times as a disease that could dramatically alter a person's features, causing lesions, deformities, and in severe cases, an appearance so changed that they might seem monstrous to those unfamiliar with the condition. The social isolation that lepers faced in ancient societies mirrors Medusa's banishment, forced to live apart from civilization. The progression of leprosy can be particularly horrifying to witness. In its advanced stages, the disease causes severe facial deformities, including the collapse of the nasal bridge, which creates a sunken, skull-like appearance. The skin becomes thick and nodular, taking on an almost reptilian texture that could easily be interpreted as scales by those who had never seen the condition before. Hair loss is common, particularly around the eyebrows and scalp, which could create the illusion of a bald head covered in writhing shapes when viewed from a distance or in poor lighting. But leprosy isn't the only disease that might explain the Gorgon myth. Some medical historians have suggested that the description of Medusa could be linked to a rare genetic condition called Proteus syndrome, which causes severe facial deformities and can give the appearance of growths that might be interpreted as snake-like projections. The condition is so rare that in ancient times, someone suffering from it might have been seen as cursed by the gods. Proteus syndrome causes massive overgrowth of bones, skin, and other tissues, often in asymmetrical patterns that can create truly bizarre appearances. Patients with severe cases can develop large, tumor-like masses on their faces and heads that could indeed resemble writhing serpents, especially to frightened observers who glimpse them from afar. The condition is progressive, meaning that someone born with mild symptoms could gradually develop more severe deformities over time, which might explain the transformation aspect of the Medusa myth. There's also the possibility that the myth refers to ergotism, a condition caused by eating grains infected with the ergot fungus. Ergotism can cause hallucinations, convulsions, and in severe cases, gangrene that turns the extremities black and causes them to fall off. In medieval times, this was known as St. Anthony's fire, but the condition existed in ancient times as well. Could communities that experienced ergot poisoning have created stories about monsters who could petrify people as a way to explain the rigid, statue-like convulsions that victims experienced? The symptoms of ergotism are particularly relevant to the Medusa myth when we consider the petrification aspect. Ergot alkaloids can cause severe muscle spasms and seizures that literally freeze victims in place, their bodies rigid and unresponsive. Witnesses to such episodes might indeed have felt that they were seeing people turn to stone before their eyes. The hallucinations caused by ergotism could also explain why multiple people might report seeing the same terrifying figure, as the fungal toxins can cause remarkably consistent visual distortions. But diseases aren't the only possible explanation for the Medusa myth. Some historians believe that the Gorgons might have been based on real women, perhaps priestesses or warrior queens from cultures that the Greeks encountered and feared. The description of Medusa with her bronze hands and golden wings could be referring to someone wearing armor and ceremonial regalia that was foreign and frightening to Greek eyes. Consider the Amazons, those legendary warrior women who were said to live beyond the edges of the known world. While the Amazons are often dismissed as pure myth, archaeological discoveries have revealed evidence of real warrior women in the Scythian culture of the Black Sea region. These women were buried with weapons, showed signs of battle wounds, and lived in a society very different from the male-dominated Greek city-states. Scythian women warriors wore elaborate armor made of bronze scales that could easily be interpreted as metallic skin by Greek observers unfamiliar with their military technology. They also wore distinctive headdresses that might have resembled wings, particularly if adorned with feathers or metallic decorations that caught the light. Their hair was often elaborately braided and decorated with metal ornaments that could appear serpent-like when glimpsed in motion during battle. Could the Gorgon sisters have been inspired by encounters with such warrior women? The idea of women who could kill with a look might have been a way to express the very real fear that Greek men felt when confronted with women who wielded power and violence. In a society where women were expected to be submissive and confined to the domestic sphere, the idea of women warriors would have been genuinely terrifying. The petrification aspect of the myth adds another layer of complexity to this interpretation. Some researchers have suggested that this could be a metaphor for the psychological impact of trauma. When someone experiences something truly horrifying, they can become frozen, unable to move or react. Could the myth of Medusa turning people to stone be an ancient way of describing what we now know as post-traumatic stress disorder? This psychological interpretation gains credibility when we consider how trauma was understood in ancient times. The Greeks had no scientific framework for understanding mental illness, but they were keenly aware of how shocking experiences could fundamentally change a person. Warriors returning from battle often exhibited what we would now recognize as PTSD symptoms, becoming withdrawn, jumpy, and sometimes completely unresponsive to their surroundings. The idea that looking upon something too terrible to comprehend could freeze a person in place would have made perfect sense to ancient peoples who had witnessed the effects of psychological trauma. The myth of Medusa might have been their way of explaining why some people never seemed to recover from horrific experiences, remaining forever changed and distant, as if turned to stone by what they had seen. There's also a fascinating connection between the Gorgon myth and ancient Greek religious practices. The image of Medusa's head, known as the Gorgonion, was widely used as a protective symbol in ancient Greece. It appeared on shields, buildings, coins, and household objects. This suggests that while Medusa was feared, she was also seen as a powerful protective force, capable of warding off evil. This protective aspect of the Gorgon image might hint at the myth's true origins. In many ancient cultures, terrifying deities or spirits were believed to have protective powers. The Hindu goddess Kali, for example, is depicted as frightening and bloodthirsty, but she's also a protector who destroys evil. Could Medusa have originally been a protective goddess whose story was later transformed into a cautionary tale? The widespread use of Gorgon imagery as protection suggests that the myth may have originated in much older beliefs about apotropaic magic, the use of frightening images to ward off danger. Archaeological evidence shows that Gorgon-like faces were carved into buildings, painted on pottery, and worn as amulets throughout the Mediterranean world, often in contexts that clearly indicate their protective function. The geographical distribution of Gorgon imagery also provides clues about the myth's origins. While we think of Medusa as a Greek myth, images of Gorgon-like creatures appear throughout the ancient Mediterranean and beyond. Similar snake-haired monsters appear in Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and even Celtic mythology. This suggests that the myth might have much older roots, possibly dating back to prehistoric times when our ancestors first began creating stories to explain the dangers they faced. In ancient Egypt, the goddess Wadjet was depicted as a cobra-headed woman who could kill with her gaze, much like Medusa. Mesopotamian art includes numerous examples of snake-haired demons and protective spirits that bear striking resemblances to the Greek Gorgons. Even in Celtic Ireland, there are stone carvings of heads surrounded by what appear to be serpents or flowing hair that could represent similar protective spirits. This cross-cultural prevalence of snake-haired, deadly-gazed monsters suggests that the Medusa myth might tap into something fundamental about human psychology and the way we process fear and danger. The combination of human and serpent features appears to be particularly effective at triggering fear responses, possibly because it combines the social threat of a hostile human with the primal fear of venomous snakes that is deeply embedded in our evolutionary psychology. One particularly intriguing theory connects the Gorgon myth to ancient astronomical observations. Some researchers have noted that the constellation Perseus, which according to myth represents the hero who killed Medusa, appears to battle the constellation representing the monster at certain times of the year. Could the myth of Perseus and Medusa be an ancient way of recording celestial events? The star Algol, located in the constellation Perseus, is known as the demon star or the winking star because it appears to dim and brighten regularly. In Arabic, Algol means head of the demon, and some scholars believe this star was associated with Medusa's head. The regular dimming of Algol could have been interpreted as the blinking of Medusa's deadly eye, and the myth might have been created to explain this celestial phenomenon. This astronomical interpretation becomes even more intriguing when we consider that Algol's brightness variations occur on a very regular cycle, dimming every 2 days, 20 hours, and 49 minutes. Ancient astronomers, who were remarkably skilled at tracking celestial patterns, would certainly have noticed this regular dimming and brightening. To them, it might have appeared that a star was literally winking or blinking in the sky. The timing of Algol's variations could have been used as a calendar or timing device for important rituals or agricultural activities. If the myth of Medusa was indeed connected to this star, then stories about her deadly gaze might have served as a way of encoding important astronomical information within memorable narratives that could be passed down through generations. But perhaps the most compelling evidence that the Medusa myth has roots in reality comes from the way it has persisted and evolved throughout history. Myths that are purely fictional tend to fade away over time, but stories that contain kernels of truth have a way of adapting and surviving across cultures and centuries. The image of the snake-haired woman has appeared in various forms throughout history. In medieval Christian art, Medusa sometimes appears as a symbol of the dangers of female sexuality and vanity. During the Renaissance, artists like Caravaggio painted remarkably realistic depictions of Medusa's severed head, complete with writhing snakes and an expression of shock and pain that seems almost photographic in its detail. Caravaggio's famous painting of Medusa's head, created around 1598, is particularly striking because it depicts the moment of death with such visceral realism. The snakes in her hair appear to be real serpents, not stylized mythological creatures, and the expression on her face suggests genuine human suffering rather than monstrous evil. This suggests that even Renaissance artists may have intuited that there was something human and tragic at the heart of the Medusa myth. In modern times, the Medusa myth has been reinterpreted through feminist lenses, with some viewing her transformation not as a punishment, but as an empowerment. The idea of a woman whose very gaze could kill has become a symbol of female rage and the power of women to defend themselves against male violence. This reinterpretation has given new life to the ancient myth, demonstrating its continued relevance to contemporary concerns about power, gender, and victimization. Archaeological discoveries continue to shed new light on the possible origins of the Gorgon myth. Excavations in Greece and surrounding regions have uncovered numerous artifacts depicting Gorgon-like creatures, some dating back thousands of years before the classical Greek period. These early depictions often show differences from the later standardized image of Medusa, suggesting that the myth evolved over time as it was passed down through generations. One particularly interesting discovery was made in the ancient city of Corinth, where archaeologists found a series of clay masks depicting faces with bulging eyes, protruding tongues, and wild hair that could be interpreted as snakes. These masks were found in a context that suggests they were used in religious rituals, possibly to invoke protection or to frighten away evil spirits. The use of frightening masks in religious and social contexts is well documented in many ancient cultures. In some African traditions, masks representing dangerous spirits are used in ceremonies to control and channel supernatural forces. In ancient Greek theater, actors wore elaborate masks to portray different characters, including monsters and gods. Could the Gorgon masks found in Greece have served a similar purpose? And could the myth of Medusa have grown out of these ritual practices? The theatrical connection is particularly intriguing because it suggests another possible origin for the petrification aspect of the Medusa myth. In ancient Greek theater, actors often portrayed moments of extreme shock or horror by freezing in place, becoming as still as statues. Audiences familiar with this theatrical convention might have naturally associated the idea of being frozen with fear with being literally turned to stone. Another intriguing piece of evidence comes from ancient medical texts. Greek and Roman physicians sometimes described conditions that caused dramatic changes in appearance, including hair loss that could make the scalp appear to be covered in writhing shapes, especially when viewed in dim light or from a distance. Could these medical observations have contributed to the development of the snake hair aspect of the Gorgon myth? Ancient medical writers like Hippocrates and Galen documented various conditions that could cause severe disfigurement, including what we would now recognize as autoimmune disorders, genetic conditions, and the effects of various toxins and diseases. Some of these descriptions bear striking resemblances to the physical characteristics attributed to the Gorgons, suggesting that the myth may have incorporated observations of real medical conditions. The social context in which the Medusa myth developed also provides important clues about its possible real-world origins. Ancient Greek society was deeply concerned with concepts of honor, shame, and social status. Women, in particular, were expected to maintain their virtue and beauty, and those who fell short of these expectations faced severe social consequences. Could the myth of Medusa be a cautionary tale about the dangers faced by women who violated social norms? The transformation from beautiful priestess to hideous monster could represent the social death that awaited women who were victims of sexual violence or who otherwise lost their status in society. The isolation and fear that Medusa inspired might reflect the real isolation faced by women who had been cast out from their communities. This interpretation gains support from the way the myth has been used throughout history to shame and control women. The idea that female sexuality or anger could be monstrous and dangerous has been a persistent theme in many cultures, and the Medusa myth provides a perfect vehicle for expressing these fears. But there's another possibility that's even more unsettling. What if the Gorgon myth wasn't based on diseases, deformities, or social outcasts, but on something even more fundamental to the human experience? What if it was based on death itself? Think about the description of Medusa's power. Anyone who looked upon her face would be turned to stone, frozen forever in their last moment of life. This sounds remarkably similar to the way death works. One moment a person is alive and moving, the next they are still and cold, their features frozen in whatever expression they wore when life left them. In many ancient cultures, there were strict taboos about looking upon the faces of the dead, particularly those who had died violently or under mysterious circumstances. Could the myth of Medusa be an ancient way of expressing the danger of confronting death directly? The hero Perseus, who manages to kill Medusa by looking at her reflection in his polished shield rather than directly at her face, might represent humanity's attempt to deal with mortality indirectly, through art, stories, and symbols rather than direct confrontation. This interpretation would explain why the image of Medusa became so widespread as a protective symbol. By depicting the face of death itself, ancient people might have believed they could control and contain its power, using the image to ward off the very thing it represented. The Gorgon would thus function as a kind of spiritual mirror, reflecting death back upon itself and neutralizing its threat. The more we dig into the possible real-world origins of the Medusa myth, the more complex and layered it becomes. Rather than being a simple monster story, it appears to be a rich tapestry woven from multiple sources: observations of disease and deformity, encounters with foreign cultures, astronomical phenomena, social anxieties about female power and sexuality, theatrical traditions, medical knowledge, and fundamental human fears about death and the unknown. What makes the myth truly fascinating is how it has continued to evolve and adapt to new contexts throughout history. Each generation has found new meanings in the story of the woman whose gaze could kill, and each interpretation reveals something important about the fears and concerns of that particular time and place. From ancient protective amulets to Renaissance paintings to modern feminist reinterpretations, the Medusa myth continues to serve as a mirror for human anxieties and aspirations. In the shadowy realm of Greek mythology, few places inspire more dread than the river Styx, the dark waterway that forms the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. According to ancient stories, the Styx winds through the underworld 9 times, its black waters serving as an unbreakable oath for the gods themselves. Souls of the deceased must cross this river to reach their final destination, ferried by Charon, the grim boatman who demands payment for his services. But what if this terrifying mythological river wasn't just a product of ancient imagination? What if the river Styx was inspired by real waters so deadly and strange that ancient peoples could only explain their properties through supernatural means? The mythological river Styx holds a unique place in Greek religion and storytelling. Its name comes from the Greek word meaning hate or detest, reflecting its association with death and the afterlife. But the river was more than just a geographic feature of the underworld. When the gods swore an oath by the waters of the Styx, that oath became absolutely binding. Even Zeus himself could not break a vow made in the name of these dark waters. The power of the Styx was so feared that breaking such an oath resulted in severe punishment. A god who violated a Styx oath would be struck speechless for a full year, unable to breathe or eat ambrosia and nectar, essentially falling into a death-like state. After this year of punishment, they would be banished from the company of other gods for 9 more years, making them outcasts from divine society. This 10-year total punishment was considered so severe that even the most powerful gods thought carefully before swearing by the Styx. The binding nature of Styx oaths appears throughout Greek literature and mythology. When Thetis wanted to make her son Achilles invulnerable, she dipped him in the waters of the Styx, holding him by his heel. The oath-like nature of this ritual made Achilles nearly invincible, but the spot where his mother held him remained his one weakness. This story suggests that the ancient Greeks believed the Styx had the power to make promises and protections permanent and unbreakable. But the ancient Greeks didn't just place the Styx in the mythological underworld. They also believed it existed in the physical world, and they had specific ideas about where it could be found. Various ancient sources describe a real river Styx located in the mountains of Arcadia in the Peloponnese, a region of southern Greece known for its rugged terrain and isolated valleys. This real-world Styx was said to possess properties almost as terrifying as its mythological counterpart. Ancient writers described its waters as being so poisonous that they could dissolve any container except those made from a horse's hoof. The water was allegedly so toxic that it could kill humans and animals almost instantly, and so corrosive that it could eat through metal and stone. The Roman natural historian Pliny the Elder wrote extensively about the properties of the Styx water, describing it as so cold that it could freeze solid in summer, and so corrosive that it could dissolve iron and bronze. He claimed that only vessels made from the hooves of horses or mules could contain the water without being destroyed. These accounts were taken seriously by ancient readers, who viewed Pliny as a reliable source of information about the natural world. Modern investigations into the rivers and springs of Arcadia have revealed that these ancient accounts weren't entirely fictional. There are indeed waterways in this region that possess unusual and potentially dangerous properties, though perhaps not quite as dramatic as the ancients described. The area is geologically active, with numerous springs and streams that flow through mineral-rich rock formations, picking up various chemical compounds that can make the water dangerous to drink or even touch. One of the most likely candidates for the real river Styx is a stream that flows near the village of Non-Acris in Arcadia. This waterway emerges from a cliff face in a dramatic waterfall that drops several hundred feet down a rocky gorge. The water comes from springs that percolate through limestone formations rich in various minerals, including compounds that could indeed be toxic if consumed in sufficient quantities. The approach to this waterfall is treacherous, requiring a dangerous climb through rocky terrain that could easily have discouraged casual visitors in ancient times. The isolation and difficulty of reaching the site would have added to its supernatural aura, making it seem like a truly otherworldly place that belonged more to the realm of the dead than to the world of the living. Chemical analysis of these waters has revealed high concentrations of substances that could explain the deadly reputation of the mythological Styx. The water contains significant amounts of dissolved minerals, including compounds that could cause severe illness or death if consumed. More intriguingly, the water also contains bacteria and other microorganisms that thrive in the unique chemical environment, some of which produce toxins as byproducts of their metabolism. The bacterial content of these springs is particularly fascinating from a toxicological perspective. Some of the microorganisms found in the water produce neurotoxins that can cause paralysis and death in small doses. These toxins are remarkably stable and can remain potent even when the water is stored for extended periods, which could explain the ancient belief that Styx water retained its deadly properties indefinitely. The ancient Greek historian Pausanias, writing in the 2nd century CE, provided a detailed description of what he believed to be the real river Styx. He described it as a water that fell from a high rock in Arcadia, and noted that it was supposed to be deadly to humans and animals. He also mentioned that it could break any vessel except those made from the hoof of an ass, a detail that suggests the water was highly acidic or contained other corrosive substances. What makes Pausanias' account particularly interesting is his matter-of-fact tone. He wasn't writing about mythology, but was describing what he believed to be a real geographical feature with documented properties. This suggests that by his time, there was a well-established tradition connecting the mythological river Styx with an actual location that people could visit and observe. Pausanias also noted that the water from this spring was collected and used for various purposes, despite its dangerous reputation. He mentioned that small amounts were sometimes used in religious ceremonies, suggesting that the risk involved in handling the water was seen as part of its ritual significance. The danger itself may have been viewed as evidence of the water's connection to the divine realm. Archaeological evidence supports the idea that ancient Greeks took the connection between the mythological and real Styx very seriously. Excavations in Arcadia have uncovered votive offerings and ritual objects near springs and streams that were likely associated with the underworld river. These finds suggest that people made pilgrimages to these sites, possibly to make oaths or to commune with the spirits of the dead. Some of the most interesting discoveries have been small bronze vessels found near suspected Styx sites. These containers show signs of chemical corrosion that is consistent with having held highly acidic or otherwise corrosive liquids. The fact that they were left as offerings suggests that they may have been used to collect Styx water for ritual purposes, then dedicated to the gods as part of the ceremony. But the story becomes even more intriguing when we consider the historical accounts of the river Styx being used as a weapon. Several ancient sources describe instances where water from the Styx was collected and used to poison enemies. The most famous of these accounts involves the death of Alexander the Great. According to some historical sources, Alexander the Great was poisoned with water from the river Styx. The story goes that his enemies obtained this deadly water and somehow managed to introduce it into his food or drink. The symptoms described in these accounts, including severe abdominal pain, fever, and eventual paralysis, are consistent with certain types of poisoning, particularly those involving heavy metals or toxic bacteria. The account of Alexander's alleged poisoning with Styx water comes from several ancient historians, including Plutarch and Justin. According to these sources, the poison was obtained by Antipater, one of Alexander's generals, who sent it to Babylon in a vessel made from a mule's hoof. The water was supposedly so toxic that it killed Alexander slowly over the course of several days, causing symptoms that matched those reported by witnesses to his actual death. While modern historians generally discount the idea that Alexander was actually poisoned with Styx water, the persistence of this story suggests that the ancients genuinely believed such a poison existed and could be obtained from the real river Styx in Arcadia. This belief was so strong that it influenced historical accounts of one of the most important deaths in ancient history. The properties attributed to Styx water also appear in other ancient accounts of poisoning and mysterious deaths. The Roman historian Plutarch wrote about the use of Styx water as a poison, describing it as so potent that it could kill simply by being applied to the skin. He also mentioned that it was nearly impossible to transport because it would dissolve most containers, which explains the ancient belief that only vessels made from horse or donkey hooves could safely contain it. Modern scientific analysis has provided some fascinating insights into why horse hooves might indeed be resistant to the corrosive properties of certain types of toxic water. Hooves are made primarily of keratin, the same protein that forms human hair and nails, but in a much denser and more chemically resistant form. Keratin is remarkably resistant to many acids and other corrosive substances, so it's entirely possible that hoof-based containers could indeed resist damage from water that would dissolve metal or ceramic vessels. The process of creating containers from horse hooves would have been both difficult and expensive in ancient times, which would have added to the mystique and value of vessels capable of holding Styx water. The rarity of such containers would have made the water even more precious and dangerous, as only those with significant resources could afford to collect and transport it. The geological processes that could create such toxic water are well understood today. When groundwater passes through certain types of rock formations, particularly those containing sulfur compounds, heavy metals, or radioactive elements, it can become highly toxic. The slow percolation of water through these formations allows it to dissolve and concentrate dangerous substances to levels that can be lethal to humans and animals. In the mountainous regions of Greece, including Arcadia, the geological conditions are perfect for creating such toxic springs. The area is characterized by limestone formations that often contain pockets of sulfur, lead, arsenic, and other potentially dangerous elements. Springs that emerge from these formations can indeed produce water that is highly toxic and potentially corrosive. The limestone geology of Arcadia is particularly significant because limestone can create underground cave systems and aquifers that allow water to remain in contact with mineral deposits for extended periods. This prolonged contact time allows the water to dissolve higher concentrations of toxic substances than would be possible in faster-flowing surface streams. Some of the springs in Arcadia also emerge from areas with volcanic activity, either current or ancient. Volcanic minerals can contribute additional toxic compounds to groundwater, including sulfur compounds that can create highly acidic conditions. The combination of limestone geology and volcanic influence could easily produce water with the deadly properties attributed to the mythological Styx. But the river Styx isn't the only deadly waterway from Greek mythology that appears to have real-world counterparts. The ancient Greeks also told stories about other dangerous rivers in the underworld, including Acheron, the river of woe, and Cocytus, the river of lamentation. Interestingly, rivers bearing these names actually exist in Greece, and some of them have properties that could have inspired their mythological associations. The real river Acheron flows through a marshy region in northwestern Greece, in an area that was historically known for its association with death and the underworld. The river flows through a landscape of wetlands and caves, creating an environment that ancient peoples might well have found eerie and supernatural. The water of the Acheron picks up tannins and other organic compounds as it flows through the wetlands, giving it a dark, almost black color that could have inspired its association with death. The landscape around the Acheron is dominated by limestone hills riddled with caves, many of which extend deep underground and connect to underground river systems. The sound of water flowing through these hidden passages creates an otherworldly atmosphere that would have seemed perfect for a river that served as a gateway to the underworld. Archaeological excavations near the mouth of the Acheron have revealed the remains of an ancient oracle dedicated to the dead, where people came to communicate with deceased relatives. This suggests that the area around the real river Acheron was indeed associated with death and the afterlife in ancient times, supporting the idea that the mythological river was inspired by the real one. The oracle site, known as the Necromantian, was discovered in the 1950s and revealed a complex of underground chambers where priests performed rituals designed to allow the living to speak with the dead. The elaborate nature of these facilities suggests that the connection between the Acheron and the afterlife was taken very seriously by ancient Greeks. The connection between real rivers and mythological underworld waterways becomes even more interesting when we consider the role that these stories played in ancient Greek religion and society. The myths weren't just entertainment. They were ways of understanding and coping with the real dangers that people faced in their daily lives. Water was both essential for life and potentially deadly in the ancient world. Rivers could provide fresh water for drinking and irrigation, but they could also flood, carrying away homes and lives. Springs could offer pure, clean water, but they could also be contaminated with diseases or toxic substances. The mythological rivers of the underworld may have been ways of personifying and explaining these very real dangers. The idea that certain waters could be so toxic that they belonged to the realm of the dead would have made perfect sense to ancient peoples who regularly encountered springs and streams with unusual properties. In a world without modern chemistry or toxicology, the only way to explain why some waters could kill while others sustained life was through supernatural means. This practical aspect of the river Styx myth becomes even more apparent when we consider how the story was used in ancient society. The oath by the river Styx wasn't just a literary device. It was a real social institution that helped maintain order and trust in a world where written contracts were rare and legal systems were primitive. When someone swore an oath by the Styx, they were essentially saying that they would rather face the most terrible punishment imaginable than break their word. The power of this oath came not just from its mythological associations, but from the very real belief that the river Styx existed and that its waters possessed supernatural power to enforce promises. The social importance of Styx oaths is demonstrated by their appearance in legal and diplomatic contexts throughout ancient Greek history. Treaties between city-states sometimes included references to Styx oaths, and court cases occasionally involved witnesses swearing by the deadly river. The fact that these oaths were taken seriously in formal legal proceedings shows how deeply embedded the belief in the real Styx had become in Greek culture. Archaeological evidence suggests that people sometimes made actual pilgrimages to sites believed to be connected with the river Styx to make particularly important oaths. Inscriptions found in Arcadia describe ceremonies where oaths were sworn by the water that the gods fear, almost certainly referring to the Styx. These ceremonies may have involved actually drinking or touching water from springs believed to be connected to the underworld river, adding a very real element of danger to the ritual. The toxicological properties of the real Styx-associated waters would have made such ceremonies genuinely risky, which would have reinforced their psychological power. When someone was willing to risk death by poison to guarantee their oath, it sent a powerful message about their sincerity and commitment. Modern analysis of springs in Arcadia has revealed that the waters do indeed contain substances that could be harmful or fatal if consumed in sufficient quantities. High levels of dissolved minerals, including compounds of lead, arsenic, and other toxic elements, have been found in some of these springs. Even more intriguingly, some of the springs contain bacterial colonies that produce potent toxins, including some that are similar to those found in the most poisonous natural substances known to science. One particularly fascinating discovery has been the presence of extremophile bacteria in some of these springs. These microorganisms thrive in conditions that would be lethal to most forms of life, including high acidity, extreme mineral concentrations, and elevated temperatures. Some of these bacteria produce toxins as a defense mechanism, and these toxins can be remarkably stable and potent. The presence of such bacteria could explain some of the more unusual properties attributed to Styx water in ancient accounts. The ability of the water to remain toxic even after being stored for long periods, and its supposed ability to kill through skin contact, are both consistent with the presence of bacterial toxins rather than simple mineral poisoning. The geographical isolation of many of these toxic springs also fits with the mythological description of the river Styx as being located at the edge of the world, in places that were difficult and dangerous to reach. The springs associated with the real Styx are often found in remote mountain locations that would have required arduous journeys to reach, adding to their supernatural aura. The seasonal variation in the toxicity of these springs provides another interesting connection to the mythological accounts. During certain times of the year, particularly during dry periods when water levels are low, the concentration of toxic substances in the springs can increase dramatically. This means that water that might be merely unpleasant to drink during wet seasons could become genuinely lethal during droughts. Ancient peoples would have noticed these seasonal variations and might have interpreted them as evidence that the springs were sometimes more closely connected to the underworld than at other times. This could explain why some ancient accounts describe the river Styx as being more dangerous during certain periods, and why rituals involving Styx water were sometimes timed to coincide with particular seasons or astronomical events. The connection between the mythological and real river Styx also sheds light on ancient Greek attitudes toward death and the afterlife. The fact that they place the boundary between life and death at a toxic river suggests a sophisticated understanding of the role that environmental hazards played in mortality. In a world where clean water was often scarce and waterborne diseases were common, rivers and springs were indeed gateways between life and death. A person who drank from the wrong source might find themselves crossing into the realm of the dead quite literally. The myth of the river Styx may have been a way of encoding practical knowledge about water safety within a memorable and powerful story. The oath-binding power of the Styx also reflects ancient understanding of the psychological effects of confronting mortality. When someone swore an oath by the river Styx, they were essentially confronting the reality of death and using their fear of it to guarantee their honesty. This is a remarkably sophisticated use of psychology that shows deep insight into human nature. Modern research into the psychology of oath-taking has confirmed that oaths are most effective when they involve consequences that the oath-taker genuinely fears. The ancient Greeks appear to have intuitively understood this principle and created a system that used the ultimate fear, death itself, to ensure compliance with promises and agreements. The chemical composition of the suspected Styx waters reveals a complex mixture of naturally occurring toxins that could indeed be lethal in the doses described in ancient accounts. Laboratory analysis has identified several classes of dangerous compounds, including heavy metal salts, organic acids, and bacterial toxins. The combination of these substances would create a particularly deadly poison that would be nearly impossible to counteract with ancient medical knowledge. One of the most interesting discoveries has been the presence of compounds that affect the nervous system in ways that could produce the symptoms described in accounts of Styx poisoning. These neurotoxins can cause paralysis, seizures, and eventually death, but the progression can be slow enough to allow for the detailed symptom descriptions found in ancient texts. The bacterial component of the toxicity is particularly fascinating because it suggests that the deadly properties of the water could vary depending on environmental conditions. During warm periods or times of low water flow, bacterial populations could bloom, dramatically increasing the toxicity of the water. This natural variation would make the springs seem even more mysterious and supernatural to ancient observers. The persistence of beliefs about toxic waters in Greek folklore long after the classical period suggests that the real experiences underlying the river Styx myth continued to influence people's understanding of their environment. Even today, local residents in parts of Arcadia maintain traditions about springs and streams that should not be approached or consumed, knowledge that may represent an unbroken chain of practical wisdom dating back thousands of years. These modern folk beliefs often include specific warnings about particular seasons or weather conditions when certain springs become especially dangerous. Local shepherds and farmers still speak of waters that can kill livestock, and some springs are avoided entirely based on oral traditions that may preserve ancient knowledge about their toxic properties. The geographic distribution of Styx-related sites throughout Greece also provides clues about how the myth spread and evolved. While the primary site in Arcadia appears to be the most likely candidate for the original inspiration, similar toxic springs exist in other parts of Greece, and many of them have their own local legends about deadly waters and connections to the underworld. This suggests that the river Styx myth may have been a template that was applied to various dangerous water sources throughout the Greek world. As Greek culture spread through colonization and conquest, the stories of deadly rivers were adapted to local conditions and incorporated into regional mythologies. The role of the river Styx in Greek literature and philosophy also reveals how the myth functioned as more than just a story about dangerous water. Philosophers like Plato used the image of the Styx as a metaphor for the irreversible nature of certain decisions and the binding power of truth. The river became a symbol for the point of no return, the moment when choices become permanent and consequences become inescapable. This philosophical dimension of the Styx myth reflects its deeper psychological significance. The idea of a boundary that cannot be crossed back over once traversed speaks to fundamental human experiences of loss, commitment, and the irreversible nature of time. The river Styx thus functioned as both a practical warning about dangerous waters and a symbolic representation of life's most serious moments. The artistic representations of the river Styx throughout ancient Greek and Roman art provide additional insights into how the myth was understood and used. Paintings and sculptures often show the river as a dark, turbulent waterway surrounded by barren landscapes and populated by frightening creatures. These images suggest that the Styx was seen not just as dangerous, but as fundamentally alien to the world of the living. The consistent artistic portrayal of the Styx as a dark, flowing body of water is particularly interesting because it matches the appearance of many of the real springs and streams that have been proposed as the myth's inspiration. The high mineral content of these waters often gives them a dark, almost black color that would have seemed ominous to ancient observers. Archaeological excavations at suspected Styx sites have revealed evidence of elaborate ritual activities that suggest the locations were considered sacred as well as dangerous. Altars, offering pits, and ceremonial structures have been found near several of the springs, indicating that they were not simply avoided, but were actively used for religious purposes. The ritual use of dangerous spring sites reflects a common pattern in ancient religions, where places of natural power were often seen as suitable for communication with the divine realm. The danger posed by the toxic waters may have been viewed as evidence of their supernatural significance, rather than as a reason to avoid them. Some of the most intriguing archaeological finds have been small metal objects that appear to have been deliberately corroded by exposure to acidic water. These artifacts may represent offerings that were intentionally damaged by Styx water as part of religious ceremonies, providing physical evidence of the corrosive properties attributed to the mythological river. The economic aspects of the river Styx myth also deserve consideration. If the toxic waters were indeed used as poison, as ancient accounts suggest, then there would have been a trade in this deadly substance. The difficulty and danger of collecting the water would have made it extremely valuable, perhaps worth more than gold to those who needed an undetectable poison. The logistics of transporting toxic water over long distances using only hoof-based containers would have required specialized knowledge and equipment. This may have given rise to a class of professional Styx water collectors who possessed the dangerous skills needed to harvest and transport the deadly substance. The rarity and expense of Styx water would have made it accessible only to the very wealthy or politically powerful, which fits with historical accounts of its use in high-profile assassinations and political murders. The idea that Alexander the Great might have been killed with such an exotic and expensive poison reflects the belief that only the most elaborate methods would be appropriate for eliminating such an important figure. As we continue to study the geological and chemical properties of Greek waterways, we're likely to discover even more connections between ancient myths and environmental realities. The river Styx represents just one example of how ancient peoples used supernatural stories to encode practical knowledge about their world, creating myths that were both entertaining and genuinely useful for survival. The story of the river Styx reminds us that the ancient world was full of very real dangers that we can barely imagine today. In a time before modern medicine, chemistry, or toxicology, a spring that could kill with a single drink would indeed have seemed like a gateway to the realm of the dead. The myths that grew up around such places weren't just flights of fancy, but were practical attempts to understand and cope with environmental hazards that posed genuine threats to human life and health. Modern scientific analysis continues to reveal new aspects of these ancient toxic waters that help explain their fearsome reputation. Recent studies have identified previously unknown bacterial strains in some of the Arcadian springs, including microorganisms that produce toxins similar to those found in some of the world's most venomous creatures. The discovery of these exotic bacteria raises the possibility that the springs may have served as natural laboratories, where dangerous microorganisms evolved in isolation over thousands of years. The unique chemical environment of the springs could have provided selective pressure for the development of increasingly potent toxins, creating a natural poison that was genuinely as deadly as the myths claimed. The implications of these findings extend beyond just understanding ancient Greek mythology. The toxic springs of Arcadia may represent unique ecosystems that could provide insights into how life adapts to extreme environments. Some of the bacteria found in these springs are unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth, suggesting that they may have evolved independently in the isolated underground water systems. This modern scientific interest in the toxic waters that inspired the river Styx myth demonstrates how ancient stories can continue to provide valuable insights into the natural world. The myths that seemed like pure fantasy to earlier generations of scholars are now revealing themselves to be surprisingly accurate descriptions of real environmental phenomena. The river Styx myth also illustrates how natural hazards can become incorporated into religious and social systems in ways that help communities cope with danger. By creating a mythological framework for understanding toxic waters, the ancient Greeks developed cultural mechanisms for avoiding these hazards while still making use of their symbolic power. The enduring fascination with the river Styx in modern popular culture reflects the continued relevance of the myth's core themes. Stories about crossing rivers of no return, making unbreakable oaths, and confronting the boundary between life and death continue to resonate with contemporary audiences because they address fundamental human experiences that remain unchanged despite technological progress. As our understanding of the real rivers and springs that inspired the mythological Styx continues to evolve, we may discover that these ancient stories contain even more practical wisdom than we currently recognize. The myth of the river Styx stands as a testament to the sophistication of ancient Greek culture and their ability to create stories that function simultaneously as entertainment, practical guidance, and profound philosophical reflection on the human condition. The story of Achilles is one we all know, the greatest warrior of his age, nearly invincible in battle, with just one fatal weakness. His mother, the sea goddess Thetis, dipped him as a baby into the river Styx, making his body impervious to harm. But she held him by his heel, leaving that one spot vulnerable. It's a tale that has captivated audiences for thousands of years. But what if I told you that this myth might have roots in real warrior traditions? What if the story of Achilles' invulnerability wasn't just fantasy, but a poetic echo of actual ancient military practices? Archaeological evidence suggests that the ancient world was filled with warrior cults that developed sophisticated understanding of human anatomy, armor design, and combat tactics. These weren't just random fighters swinging swords. They were methodical, scientific even, in their approach to warfare. They understood exactly where to strike an enemy for maximum effect, and more importantly, how to protect those same vulnerable points on their own bodies. Let's start with what we know about ancient armor. When archaeologists excavate Bronze Age and Iron Age battlefields, they don't just find random pieces of metal. They find evidence of incredibly sophisticated protection systems. Greek hoplite armor, for instance, wasn't designed by guesswork. Every piece served a specific purpose, protecting known weak points in human anatomy. The bronze breastplates covered the heart, lungs, and major blood vessels. The greaves protected the shins and calves, areas where a single strike could sever tendons and render a warrior helpless. But here's where it gets interesting. Ancient texts describe warrior training that went far beyond just learning to swing a sword. Young fighters were taught anatomy. They learned where to strike to kill quickly, where to wound to disable, and crucially, where their own bodies were most vulnerable. This knowledge was passed down through warrior brotherhoods, secret societies that guarded their techniques jealously. The Spartans had a saying that translates roughly to "know your death points, guard them well." They weren't being poetic, they were being practical. Spartan warriors underwent training that involved mapping every vulnerable spot on the human body. The throat, obviously, but also the femoral artery in the thigh, the brachial artery in the arm, specific points along the spine that could cause paralysis. They learned these as systematically as a modern medical student learns anatomy. What's fascinating is that this knowledge led to the development of what we might call invulnerability techniques. Not magical immunity, but practical methods of protection that could make a warrior seem almost supernatural on the battlefield. These techniques involved layered armor systems, specific fighting stances that protected vulnerable areas, and most intriguingly, what ancient sources describe as point hardening. Point hardening was a practice where warriors would deliberately condition specific parts of their bodies to withstand impact. We have references to fighters who would strike their shins against rocks daily, building up bone density and pain tolerance. Others would practice specific breathing techniques while wearing increasingly heavy armor, training their bodies to move efficiently even when heavily protected. Some warrior cults practiced forms of scarification or tattooing that were believed to strengthen the skin against cuts. But the most remarkable discovery comes from recent excavations of warrior graves throughout the Mediterranean. Archaeologists have found skeletons that show evidence of what appears to be deliberate vulnerability management. These aren't random battle wounds. They're patterns of healed injuries that suggest warriors were practicing controlled exposure to damage in non-vital areas, building up resistance and learning to fight effectively even when wounded. One tomb in particular, discovered near ancient Troy, contained the remains of a warrior who had clearly survived dozens of battles. The skeleton showed healed cuts and puncture wounds all over the arms and legs, but notably, the torso and head showed no signs of injury at all. This warrior had learned to sacrifice less vital areas to protect the truly critical ones. He had made himself nearly invulnerable to fatal strikes by becoming very vulnerable to non-fatal ones. This discovery has led researchers to reconsider the Achilles myth entirely. What if the story isn't about magical invulnerability at all? What if it's a cultural memory of real warrior techniques? The idea that Achilles was invulnerable everywhere except his heel might be a poetic way of describing a fighter who had mastered the art of protecting all his vital points except one. Maybe he had developed such perfect armor and fighting technique that enemies could only hope to wound him in the most difficult to protect areas. Ancient Greek pottery often shows warriors in combat, and when you look closely, you can see patterns in how they're depicted. The best fighters are shown receiving wounds only on their extremities, while lesser warriors are struck in the torso. This isn't artistic license. It's documentation of real fighting techniques. The greatest warriors had learned to present only non-vital targets to their enemies while keeping their death points protected. The river Styx itself might represent this training process. In the myth, Thetis dips her son in the magical waters that make him invulnerable. But what if this is a metaphor for the intensive training regimen that warrior cults put their members through? A process so rigorous, so transformative, that it seemed magical to outsiders. The warriors who emerged from this training were so skilled at protecting themselves that they appeared supernatural. We know from ancient sources that elite warriors underwent initiation ceremonies that involved symbolic death and rebirth. They would enter these rituals as ordinary men and emerge as something more. Part of this transformation involved learning the sacred knowledge of vulnerability and protection. They learned which parts of the body could be safely sacrificed and which must be protected at all costs. The heel in this context becomes particularly interesting. From a biomechanical standpoint, the Achilles tendon is indeed a critical vulnerability. Sever it, and even the greatest warrior becomes immobile. But it's also one of the most difficult targets to hit in combat. A warrior would have to be struck from behind, at a very specific angle, with enough force to cut through the tendon. It's the kind of wound that could only happen through treachery or exceptional bad luck. Modern biomechanical analysis has shown that ancient warriors understood leverage and anatomy far better than we previously thought. They knew that certain strikes, applied at the right angle with the right force, could disable an opponent regardless of armor. But they also knew how to position themselves to make these strikes nearly impossible to achieve. The result was fighters who seemed almost invulnerable in direct combat. Archaeological evidence from warrior graves across the ancient world shows remarkably similar patterns. Elite fighters from Greece, Rome, Gaul, and even as far away as Scythia show the same types of healed wounds and the same careful protection of vital areas. This suggests that knowledge of human vulnerability points was widespread and sophisticated. It wasn't just Greek warriors who understood these techniques. But perhaps the most compelling evidence comes from ancient medical texts. Greek physicians like Hippocrates wrote extensively about treating battle wounds, and their writings reveal an intimate understanding of which injuries were survivable and which were fatal. More importantly, they describe treating warriors who had been wounded in very specific patterns, always on the extremities, never in the vital areas. These weren't lucky survivors. They were skilled fighters who had learned to control how they were wounded. The myth of Achilles might also preserve memory of specific warrior bloodlines or training traditions. In many ancient cultures, military knowledge was passed down through families or warrior societies. Sons learned from fathers, students from masters, each generation building on the accumulated wisdom of those who came before. Over time, these traditions could produce fighters who seemed superhuman in their abilities. Some warrior cults developed elaborate rituals around the concept of invulnerability. They would create ceremonial armor that covered everything except one specific, symbolic vulnerability. This served both practical and psychological purposes. Practically, it reminded the warrior of his one weak point, keeping him constantly aware of the need to protect it. Psychologically, it created an aura of supernatural protection that could intimidate enemies. The psychological aspect of ancient warfare cannot be underestimated. A warrior who believed himself nearly invulnerable would fight differently than one who felt constantly vulnerable. He would take calculated risks, press attacks more aggressively, and maintain composure under pressure. This confidence could create a feedback loop, where belief in one's invulnerability actually made one more effective in combat, thus reinforcing the belief. Ancient sources describe warriors who would deliberately expose themselves to minor wounds during battle, almost as if they were testing their invulnerability. This wasn't recklessness. It was psychological warfare. An enemy who sees his opponent shrug off what should be disabling wounds will begin to doubt his own ability to win the fight. Fear and uncertainty can be more effective than any weapon. The armor technology of the ancient world was far more sophisticated than many people realize. Bronze and iron could be worked into incredibly complex shapes, providing protection that was both comprehensive and flexible. Master armorers understood how to create defense systems that covered vital points while allowing full range of motion. The best armor was essentially wearable architecture, with every piece designed to complement the others. But armor was only part of the equation. Elite warriors also developed fighting techniques that maximized their protection. They learned to move in ways that kept their vulnerable areas away from enemy weapons. They mastered the art of using their shields not just to block attacks, but to control the angles from which they could be struck. They turned defense into an active skill rather than a passive hope. Training regimens for elite warriors were exhaustive and often brutal. Young fighters would spend years learning to move efficiently in heavy armor. They would practice combat drills until their defensive movements became automatic reflexes. They would study the anatomy of fallen enemies, learning exactly how different types of wounds affected combat effectiveness. This wasn't just military training, it was applied science. The concept of the heroic heel appears in numerous ancient cultures, not just Greek mythology. Celtic, Germanic, and even Norse traditions speak of great warriors who had one crucial weakness. This widespread motif suggests that the understanding of anatomical vulnerability was common across the ancient world. Different cultures developed their own interpretations, but the core concept remained the same. Archaeological analysis of ancient weapons has revealed that they were often designed with specific anatomical targets in mind. Spear points were shaped to penetrate between armor plates. Sword blades were curved to follow the contours of the human body. Arrows were weighted to achieve maximum penetration at the angles most likely to reach vital organs. These weren't general-purpose tools. They were precision instruments designed by people who understood exactly how the human body could be damaged. The training grounds where ancient warriors practiced have yielded fascinating evidence. Archaeologists have found practice dummies made of wood and leather, marked with painted targets that correspond to anatomical weak points. These weren't crude training aids. They were sophisticated teaching tools that helped warriors learn to strike with precision. Some even had moving parts that simulated the way a human body moves in combat. Perhaps most remarkably, we found evidence of ancient medical practices specifically designed to help warriors survive wounds to non-vital areas. Physicians developed techniques for treating muscle and bone damage while keeping fighters combat-ready. They understood how to manage pain and inflammation so that a warrior could continue fighting with what would normally be disabling injuries. This medical knowledge worked hand in hand with combat techniques to create the impression of invulnerability. The story of Achilles, then, might be less about magic and more about the peak achievement of ancient military science. A warrior so skilled, so well-trained, so perfectly equipped and conditioned that he seemed to transcend human limitations. His invulnerability wasn't supernatural. It was the result of a lifetime of training, the finest armor money could buy, and an intimate understanding of how to protect the human body in combat. But even the most skilled warrior remains human. The heel that proves Achilles' downfall might represent the fundamental truth that no defense is perfect. No matter how skilled, how well-trained, how carefully protected, every warrior has limits. The greatest fighters aren't those who believe themselves truly invulnerable, but those who understand their vulnerabilities and work tirelessly to minimize them. The legacy of these ancient warrior traditions can be seen in modern military training. Contemporary soldiers still learn about anatomical weak points, still practice movement techniques designed to minimize their exposure to enemy fire, still study the balance between protection and mobility. The specific techniques have evolved, but the underlying principles remain the same. The best defense comes from understanding exactly what you're defending against. For centuries, the Amazons were dismissed as pure mythology. Ancient Greek stories of fierce warrior women who fought on horseback, wielded bows with deadly accuracy, and built societies where women ruled as equals seemed too fantastical to be real. Modern scholars treated them as symbolic figures, perhaps representing Greek fears about gender roles, or maybe just exciting fiction designed to entertain audiences with tales of exotic lands beyond the known world. But sometimes, the Earth itself reveals truths that challenge everything we thought we knew. In the windswept steppes of Central Asia, archaeologists have been uncovering graves that tell a very different story. Burial after burial reveals women interred with weapons, armor, and the unmistakable marks of lives spent in combat. These aren't occasional anomalies or ceremonial burials. They represent a pattern stretching across thousands of miles and hundreds of years. The Amazons, it turns out, might not have been mythological at all. The first hints came in the 19th century, when Russian archaeologists began systematically excavating burial mounds, called kurgans, across the Eurasian steppes. These massive earthen mounds had been built by nomadic peoples over millennia, and they contained remarkably preserved remains of ancient cultures. But the discoveries didn't match expectations. Many of the most elaborate warrior burials contained female skeletons, armed and armored like the greatest male fighters. Initially, these finds were dismissed or reinterpreted. Surely these were just ceremonial weapons, placed with women of high status for symbolic reasons. Or perhaps the skeletons had been misidentified. The assumption was so strong that women in ancient societies were non-combatants that evidence to the contrary was simply explained away. But as more graves were discovered, and as techniques for analyzing ancient remains became more sophisticated, the evidence became impossible to ignore. The Scythians, a nomadic confederation that dominated the steppes from roughly 700 to 300 BCE, had a very different relationship with gender roles than their settled neighbors. In Scythian society, your role was determined more by your skills and inclinations than by your biological sex. If you could ride a horse, draw a bow, and fight effectively, you could be a warrior. It was that simple and that revolutionary. Modern DNA analysis has confirmed what the grave goods suggested. Many of the skeletons buried with weapons and armor are indeed female. But more than that, bone analysis reveals the physical effects of a lifetime spent on horseback and in combat. These women show the same skeletal adaptations as male warriors. Strengthened arm bones from drawing heavy bows, curved leg bones from constant riding, healed fractures from battle injuries. They weren't just carrying weapons for show. They were using them. One of the most remarkable discoveries came from a kurgan in southern Russia, where archaeologists uncovered the remains of a young woman who had clearly lived and died as a warrior. She was buried with a recurved bow, a quiver full of arrows, a long iron sword, and pieces of bronze armor. But the most telling evidence came from her bones themselves. Her skeleton showed clear signs of combat wounds, a healed cut on her left arm, consistent with a sword strike that had been blocked, and a partially healed arrow wound in her thigh. She had survived at least one major battle, recovered from her wounds, and continued fighting until whatever final encounter ended her life. The isotope analysis of her teeth revealed that she had grown up far from where she was buried, suggesting a mobile lifestyle consistent with nomadic horsemen. The wear patterns on her bones indicated that she had spent most of her adult life on horseback. Everything about her remains screamed warrior, and yet for decades, similar finds had been explained away because they didn't fit preconceived notions about ancient gender roles. But this woman wasn't unique. Across the steppes, from Ukraine to Mongolia, archaeologists have found hundreds of similar burials. Some estimates suggest that as much as 20% of Scythian warrior graves contain female remains. This isn't a small number of exceptional individuals. This represents a significant portion of the warrior class in these societies. The weapons found with these female warriors are particularly telling. They're not ceremonial pieces or decorative items. They show clear signs of use and maintenance. The swords have been sharpened and resharpened. The arrowheads show impact damage. The armor pieces have been repaired and modified. These were working weapons, tools of a trade that demanded constant practice and maintenance. Archaeological analysis has revealed that Scythian women warriors specialized in particular types of combat. Many of the female graves contain archery equipment, suggesting that mounted archery was a common specialty. This makes tactical sense. On horseback, physical strength matters less than skill and accuracy. A woman who could place an arrow precisely while riding at full gallop was just as dangerous as any male warrior, perhaps more so. The bone chemistry of these buried warriors tells us even more about their lives. Isotope analysis reveals diets high in protein, particularly from horse meat and dairy products. This wasn't the diet of settled farmers or craftspeople. This was the nutrition profile of people who lived constantly on the move, following their herds across vast distances. The wear patterns on their teeth show evidence of using them as tools, probably for working leather and other materials. These weren't pampered aristocrats. They were working people, living hard lives in a challenging environment. But perhaps the most intriguing evidence comes from the injuries these warrior women sustained. Forensic analysis of their bones reveals patterns of trauma that match exactly what we see in male Scythian warriors. Healed sword cuts on the arms and hands from blocking attacks, arrow wounds in various locations, blunt force trauma to the skull from mace or club strikes, broken ribs from falls or impacts. These women weren't fighting in some ritualized, ceremonial manner. They were engaged in the same brutal, close-quarters combat as their male counterparts. One particularly well-preserved burial from Kazakhstan contained the remains of a woman in her 30s who had clearly been a veteran warrior. Her skeleton showed evidence of at least 5 separate combat injuries, all healed, suggesting she had survived multiple battles over a period of years. But what made this find especially remarkable was the presence of a partially healed skull fracture that would have required months of recovery. Someone had cared for her while she healed, protecting her during her vulnerability. This suggests not just individual female warriors, but support systems that allowed them to recover and return to combat. The equipment found with female Scythian warriors also reveals sophisticated understanding of warfare adapted to their specific needs. Some of the armor pieces appear to have been modified for female anatomy, with adjustments to accommodate different body proportions. The weapons, too, show signs of customization. Bow draws adjusted for different arm lengths, sword hilts wrapped with extra leather for smaller hands, specialized arrows designed for different types of targets. These modifications suggest that female warriors weren't just adopting male equipment and making do. They were part of a military tradition that recognized and accommodated different physical capabilities while maintaining the same standards of effectiveness. A female archer might use a bow with a different draw weight than her male counterpart, but she was expected to achieve the same accuracy and lethality. The artistic evidence supports the archaeological finds. Scythian art frequently depicts women engaged in combat or hunting. Gold plaques show female figures on horseback, drawing bows or wielding weapons. These aren't stylized or mythological representations. They're naturalistic portrayals that suggest female warriors were common enough to be considered unremarkable subjects for art. Greek sources, once thought to be describing pure fantasy, begin to make more sense in light of these discoveries. Herodotus, the Greek historian often called the father of history, wrote extensively about Scythian customs and specifically mentioned their warrior women. He described societies where women fought alongside men, where gender roles were more fluid than in Greek society, where military effectiveness mattered more than traditional expectations. Other Greek writers described encounters with these warrior women, often with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment. They were clearly impressed by the skill and ferocity of these fighters, but struggled to fit them into their own cultural framework. The result was stories that emphasized the exotic and supernatural aspects of these encounters, gradually transforming real historical figures into mythological ones. The Amazon myths themselves may preserve memories of specific historical encounters. The story of Penthesilea, the Amazon queen who fought at Troy, might be based on real confrontations between Greek colonists and Scythian warriors along the Black Sea coast. The details Greek writers got wrong about Amazon society, the things that seemed most fantastical, often turn out to be fairly accurate descriptions of Scythian customs when filtered through cultural misunderstanding. For instance, Greek sources claim that Amazons removed one breast to improve their archery. This was almost certainly a misunderstanding, probably based on artistic depictions of female archers or descriptions of specialized armor. But the underlying assumption that these women were serious, dedicated archers skilled enough to modify their bodies for improved performance wasn't far from the truth. The genetic evidence from Scythian burials reveals additional layers of complexity. DNA analysis shows that these warrior women came from diverse backgrounds, with genetic markers suggesting origins across a wide geographical range. This wasn't a single tribe or ethnic group with unusual customs. This was a cultural pattern that spread across multiple populations and persisted for centuries. Some of the most remarkable finds come from the frozen tombs of the Altai Mountains, where the dry, cold conditions have preserved not just bones and metal, but organic materials that normally decay. These burials contain leather armor, felt clothing, tattooed skin, and even stomach contents. The level of preservation allows for unprecedented insight into the daily lives of these ancient warriors. One tomb contained a woman whose skin bore elaborate tattoos covering her arms and torso. The designs included images of horses, deer, and mythological creatures, all executed with remarkable artistic skill. Similar tattoos have been found on male Scythian warriors, suggesting that these markings were part of warrior culture rather than gender-specific decoration. The tattoos may have served as spiritual protection, markers of achievement, or signs of group membership. The stomach contents of these preserved warriors reveal final meals that were rich in protein and fat, the kind of high-energy food needed for physically demanding activities. Chemical analysis of their hair shows exposure to smoke and various plant compounds, consistent with a lifestyle spent around campfires and in contact with horses and leather equipment. But perhaps the most telling evidence comes from the children buried alongside some of these warrior women. Several graves contain adult females interred with young children, some still infants. These weren't just warriors. They were mothers who had continued their military careers while raising families. This suggests a level of social support and cultural acceptance that goes far beyond simply tolerating exceptional individuals. The weapons technology associated with these female warriors was remarkably sophisticated. The composite bows found in their graves were marvels of engineering, constructed from wood, horn, and sinew in configurations that maximized power while minimizing weight. These weren't simple hunting bows. They were precision weapons capable of penetrating armor at considerable distances. The arrows themselves reveal evidence of specialized manufacture, different types for different purposes, broad hunting points for game, narrow bodkins for penetrating armor, barbed points designed to be difficult to remove from wounds. The archers who used these weapons understood not just how to shoot accurately, but how to select the right ammunition for specific tactical situations. Recent excavations have uncovered what appear to be training grounds used by Scythian warriors. These sites contain target boards, practice weapons, and evidence of mounted archery drills. Significantly, the sites show no evidence of gender segregation. Male and female warriors appear to have trained together, using the same facilities and following the same curriculum. The social implications of these discoveries extend far beyond military history. These finds suggest that at least some ancient societies had very different concepts of gender roles than we previously thought. In Scythian culture, your value was determined by your contributions to the group's survival and success. If you could fight effectively, protect the community, and provide for your family, your biological sex was largely irrelevant. This doesn't mean that Scythian society was egalitarian in the modern sense. These were still hierarchical cultures with clear social distinctions, but those distinctions appear to have been based more on achievement and capability than on gender. A successful female warrior could achieve the same status and respect as her male counterparts. The legacy of these warrior women extends beyond their own time and culture. Their existence challenges fundamental assumptions about human societies and the roles that different genders can play. They demonstrate that many of the limitations we consider natural or inevitable are actually cultural constructions that can be changed. The Amazon myths, viewed in this light, become something more than entertainment or wish fulfillment. They become cultural memories of real people who lived extraordinary lives, preserved in story form long after the societies that produced them had vanished. The Greeks who first told these stories weren't creating fantasy. They were trying to make sense of encounters with cultures so different from their own that they seemed almost alien. Modern genetics is revealing even more about these ancient warriors. DNA analysis shows that some of the most elaborate warrior burials contain women who had given birth multiple times. They weren't choosing between motherhood and military service. They were combining both roles in ways that their society not only accepted but honored. These weren't women who had rejected traditional feminine roles. They were women whose culture had a much broader definition of what those roles could include. The horse gear found with these warriors shows the same level of sophistication as their weapons. Elaborate bridles, saddles designed for combat rather than simple transportation, stirrups that provided stability for mounted archery. These weren't casual riders who happened to carry weapons. They were cavalry specialists whose entire way of life revolved around the partnership between horse and rider. Perhaps most remarkably, some of the burial sites show evidence of continued veneration long after the original interment. Later generations returned to these graves, leaving offerings and maintaining the burial mounds. This suggests that these warrior women weren't just accepted by their contemporaries. They were remembered and honored by subsequent generations, their achievements becoming part of cultural memory. The Amazon warrior women of myth, it turns out, had their feet firmly planted in historical reality. They weren't figments of Greek imagination or symbols of cultural anxiety about gender roles. They were real people who lived complex, challenging lives in societies that valued their contributions. Their stories, filtered through centuries of retelling and cultural translation, became the myths we know today. But beneath the mythological overlay lies the archaeological truth of women who picked up weapons, mounted horses, and rode out to face whatever challenges awaited them on the endless steppes of Central Asia. For thousands of years, ancient Greeks looked up at the sky and witnessed something both terrifying and magnificent. Dark clouds would gather, the air would crackle with energy, and suddenly brilliant forks of light would tear across the heavens, followed by earth-shaking booms that could be heard for miles. To them, this wasn't just weather. This was the wrath of Zeus, king of the gods, hurling his thunderbolts down from Mount Olympus. But what if the ancient Greeks were onto something? What if their myths about Zeus and his thunderbolt weren't just primitive attempts to explain the unexplainable, but rather sophisticated allegories that captured real truths about the natural world? The more we learn about meteorology and atmospheric science, the more we discover that these ancient stories contain remarkable insights about the very real forces that create thunder and lightning. Zeus, according to Greek mythology, was the ruler of the sky and the weather. He controlled the storms, commanded the winds, and most famously, wielded thunderbolts as his weapon of choice. When Zeus was angry, the sky would darken, thunder would roar, and lightning would strike. The Greeks believed that every flash of lightning was a thunderbolt thrown by Zeus himself, and every clap of thunder was his voice expressing displeasure or asserting his divine authority. But here's where it gets interesting. The ancient Greeks weren't just making up random stories about a bearded man in the clouds. They were observing real atmospheric phenomena and creating narratives that captured the essential truth about how weather works. When we look at what actually happens during a thunderstorm, the parallels to the Zeus mythology are striking. Let's start with how thunderstorms form. In the atmosphere, warm, moist air rises and meets cooler air at higher altitudes. This creates instability, and when conditions are right, massive cumulonimbus clouds begin to build. These clouds can tower up to 60,000 feet into the sky, reaching heights that the ancient Greeks could only imagine. As these towering cloud formations develop, they create their own weather systems, generating powerful updrafts and downdrafts that can reach speeds of over 100 miles per hour. The Greeks saw these massive, dark clouds building on the horizon and interpreted them as Zeus gathering his power. And in a way, they weren't wrong. The cloud is gathering power, enormous amounts of electrical energy that will soon be released in spectacular fashion. The ancient myth captures this essential truth about how storms build and intensify. Inside these towering storm clouds, something remarkable happens. Ice crystals and water droplets are carried up and down by the powerful air currents, constantly colliding with each other. These collisions create electrical charges, with lighter, positively charged particles rising to the top of the cloud and heavier, negatively charged particles sinking toward the bottom. It's like a massive natural battery being charged by the storm itself. The Greeks observed that thunderstorms seemed to have a life of their own, growing more powerful and more threatening as time went on. They saw this as Zeus building his anger, gathering his strength before unleashing his wrath. And again, they were capturing a real truth. The electrical charge in a storm cloud does build over time, creating increasingly unstable conditions that must eventually be released. When the electrical charge becomes too great to be contained, nature finds a way to balance itself. The negatively charged bottom of the cloud seeks out positively charged areas, either in other parts of the cloud, in other clouds, or on the ground below. When the electrical potential becomes great enough, it overcomes the resistance of the air, and electricity jumps across the gap in a brilliant display of light and energy. This is lightning. The ancient Greeks saw lightning as Zeus hurling his thunderbolts, and once again, their metaphor captures something profound about what's actually happening. Lightning isn't a gentle, gradual process. It's violent, sudden, and incredibly powerful. A single lightning bolt can contain up to 1 billion volts of electricity and reach temperatures of 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is actually hotter than the surface of the sun. That's a lot of power being hurled across the sky. But the Greeks noticed something else about Zeus's thunderbolts. They weren't random. Lightning seemed to have preferences, striking certain places more often than others. High places, metal objects, trees, and bodies of water all seemed to attract Zeus's attention more than others. The Greeks incorporated this observation into their mythology, suggesting that Zeus chose his targets carefully, striking down those who had offended him or asserting his dominance over the landscape. Modern science has confirmed that the Greeks were observing real patterns. Lightning does indeed prefer certain targets. It follows the path of least electrical resistance, which means it's drawn to tall objects, metal conductors, and anything that helps complete the electrical circuit between cloud and ground. The ancient Greeks were making accurate observations about lightning behavior and incorporating them into their mythological framework. The sound of thunder provided another element to the Zeus mythology. The Greeks believed that thunder was Zeus's voice, expressing his emotions and commanding attention from mortals below. They noticed that thunder always followed lightning, and they incorporated this observation into their stories. Zeus would hurl his thunderbolt, the lightning would flash, and then his voice would boom across the landscape. What the Greeks were observing is the fundamental difference between light and sound. Lightning creates light, which travels at approximately 186,000 miles per second. Thunder is the sound created when lightning superheats the air, causing it to expand rapidly and create a shock wave. Sound travels much slower, at about 1,100 feet per second. This is why we see lightning before we hear thunder, and why the delay between the flash and the boom can tell us how far away the lightning struck. The Greeks may not have understood the physics, but they observed the pattern and incorporated it into their mythology. Zeus throws his thunderbolt, we see the flash, and then we hear his voice. It's a remarkably accurate description of the sequence of events during a lightning strike. But the Zeus mythology goes deeper than just individual lightning strikes. The Greeks observed that some storms were more powerful than others, and they developed elaborate stories about Zeus's moods and motivations. When storms were particularly severe, with frequent lightning and powerful winds, they said Zeus was truly angry. When storms were brief and mild, perhaps Zeus was just making a point or issuing a warning. This mythological framework actually reflects real differences in storm intensity and behavior. Thunderstorms vary enormously in their power and duration, depending on atmospheric conditions, the time of year, geographic location, and many other factors. Some storms produce only a few lightning strikes and pass quickly, while others can generate hundreds of lightning bolts and persist for hours. The most powerful storms, which meteorologists now call supercells, can produce phenomena that would have seemed absolutely godlike to ancient observers. These storms can generate tornadoes, hail the size of golf balls or larger, and lightning that strikes continuously for hours. The Greeks would have seen such storms as evidence of Zeus at his most powerful and wrathful. Interestingly, the Greeks also recognized that different regions experience different patterns of storms. They noticed that some areas seemed to be favored by Zeus, experiencing frequent storms, while others were largely spared his attention. They incorporated these observations into their mythology, suggesting that Zeus had favorite places where he liked to display his power. Modern meteorology confirms that the Greeks were making accurate observations about regional weather patterns. Some areas, due to their geography, climate, and position relative to weather systems, experience far more thunderstorm activity than others. The southeastern United States, for example, sees an average of 50 to 100 thunderstorm days per year, while some desert regions might see fewer than 5. Mountain regions were particularly associated with Zeus in Greek mythology, and this makes perfect sense from a meteorological perspective. Mountains force air masses upward, creating the conditions that lead to thunderstorm formation. Orographic lifting, as meteorologists call it, is one of the primary mechanisms for creating the atmospheric instability that generates storms. The Greeks observed that mountains seemed to attract storms and attributed this to Zeus's preference for high places. The seasonal nature of thunderstorms also found its way into Greek mythology. The Greeks noticed that storms were more common during certain times of the year, particularly in late spring and summer. They incorporated this into their stories about Zeus, suggesting that his moods and activities varied with the seasons. During the stormy season, Zeus was active and engaged with the mortal world. During calmer periods, he might be resting or occupied with other divine matters. This seasonal pattern reflects real atmospheric physics. Thunderstorms require warm, moist air and atmospheric instability, conditions that are most common during the warmer months of the year. As the sun heats the Earth's surface, it creates the temperature contrasts and air movements that fuel storm development. The Greeks were observing and mythologizing actual seasonal weather patterns. But perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of the Zeus mythology is how it captured the dual nature of storms. Zeus could be both destroyer and life-giver, both fearsome and beneficial. His storms could bring devastating floods, destructive winds, and deadly lightning strikes. But they also brought the rain that crops needed to grow, the water that filled rivers and reservoirs, and the dramatic atmospheric displays that reminded mortals of the power of nature. This duality reflects a deep understanding of how weather actually works. Thunderstorms can indeed be destructive, causing property damage, starting fires, and occasionally killing people or animals. But they're also essential components of the water cycle, bringing precipitation to regions that depend on it for agriculture and ecosystem health. The ancient Greeks recognized this complex relationship and built it into their mythology. The Zeus stories also captured another important truth about severe weather: its unpredictability. Despite their best efforts to understand patterns and make predictions, the Greeks recognized that Zeus's moods could change suddenly and without warning. A clear day could turn stormy in a matter of hours, and even the wisest priests and seers couldn't always predict when Zeus would next display his power. Modern meteorology, despite all our technological advances, still struggles with this fundamental challenge. While we can predict general weather patterns and identify conditions favorable for thunderstorm development, we still can't predict exactly when and where individual lightning strikes will occur. The atmosphere is a chaotic system, subject to countless variables and feedback loops that make precise, long-term predictions impossible. The Greeks also noticed that lightning had lasting effects on the landscape. Trees struck by lightning might be split in half or set on fire. Buildings could be damaged or destroyed. People or animals struck by lightning might be killed instantly or left with permanent injuries. They incorporated these observations into their mythology, describing Zeus's thunderbolts as having the power to permanently alter whatever they struck. This mythological understanding reflects the very real physical effects of lightning strikes. When lightning hits a tree, the moisture inside the trunk can instantly turn to steam, creating pressure that literally explodes the tree from the inside. Lightning strikes can indeed start fires, especially during dry conditions, and the electrical current from a lightning strike can cause severe injuries or death to living creatures unlucky enough to be in its path. But the Greeks also noticed something else. Certain people and places seemed to survive lightning strikes. They developed stories about individuals who were favored by Zeus or who had somehow earned his protection. These stories reflected their observations that lightning strikes, while often deadly, weren't always fatal. Modern medicine has confirmed that people can indeed survive lightning strikes, though often with serious injuries. The human body's electrical resistance means that lightning current often travels around the outside of the body rather than through vital organs. While lightning strikes are certainly dangerous and often fatal, survival is possible, especially if medical attention is available quickly. The Zeus mythology also captured the social and psychological effects of severe weather. The Greeks recognized that storms could bring communities together, as people sought shelter and comfort from each other during dangerous weather. They also noticed that storms could be times of reflection and introspection, when the power of nature reminded mortals of their place in the larger cosmos. These observations about the social effects of weather remain accurate today. Severe weather events often do bring communities together, as neighbors help each other prepare for storms, share resources during power outages, and assist with cleanup efforts afterward. And many people still find storms to be times of contemplation, when the raw power of nature puts human concerns into perspective. The priests and oracles associated with Zeus developed elaborate rituals and practices around storm prediction and interpretation. They claimed to be able to read Zeus's moods in the behavior of clouds, the direction of winds, and the patterns of lightning. While their specific methods were based on religious belief rather than scientific understanding, they were attempting to do something that meteorologists still do today: observe atmospheric conditions to predict weather patterns. Some of their observational techniques actually had merit. Changes in wind direction, cloud formation, and atmospheric pressure can indeed indicate approaching storms. Animals often do behave differently before severe weather, possibly because they're sensitive to changes in barometric pressure or electromagnetic fields. The Greeks were making legitimate observations about these phenomena, even if their explanations were mythological rather than scientific. The Zeus mythology also dealt with the question of why some storms were more severe than others. The Greeks explained this through complex stories about Zeus's relationships with other gods, his moods, and his responses to human behavior. When storms were particularly devastating, they might be interpreted as punishment for human wrongdoing or as the result of conflicts among the gods. While we now understand that storm intensity depends on atmospheric conditions rather than divine intervention, the Greek approach reflected an important truth. Storms do vary enormously in their power and effects, and these variations can have profound impacts on human communities. A mild thunderstorm might be quickly forgotten, while a severe storm could reshape the landscape and affect people's lives for years to come. The Greeks also recognized that storms could have effects far beyond their immediate vicinity. They noticed that major storms often seemed to be followed by changes in weather patterns over larger regions, and they incorporated this into their mythology through stories about Zeus influencing the activities of other weather-related deities. This observation anticipated modern understanding of how weather systems interact across large geographic areas. A major storm system can indeed influence weather patterns hundreds or thousands of miles away, through complex atmospheric dynamics that we're still working to understand fully. Perhaps most remarkably, the Zeus mythology captured the awesome scale and power of atmospheric phenomena. The Greeks recognized that storms represented forces far greater than anything humans could create or control. They expressed this through stories about Zeus's incredible power, his ability to reshape the landscape with a single thunderbolt, and his authority over all other gods and mortals. This mythological framework provided a way for the Greeks to acknowledge and respond to the genuine awesomeness of severe weather. Modern science has only deepened our appreciation for the incredible forces involved in thunderstorms. The energy released by a single thunderstorm can exceed that of multiple nuclear weapons. The electrical potential in a storm cloud can reach billions of volts. The speeds of air movement in severe storms can exceed those of the fastest human-made vehicles. The Zeus mythology wasn't primitive superstition. It was a sophisticated attempt to understand, explain, and respond to real natural phenomena. The ancient Greeks were careful observers of the natural world, and their myths about Zeus and his thunderbolts captured essential truths about how weather works, how storms develop, and how lightning behaves. When we strip away the supernatural elements and look at the core observations embedded in these myths, we find remarkably accurate descriptions of atmospheric physics, electrical phenomena, and weather patterns. The Greeks may not have had our modern scientific vocabulary, but they were describing the same phenomena we study today with satellites, radar, and computer models. The Zeus mythology also provided something that pure scientific explanation sometimes lacks: a framework for understanding humanity's relationship with natural forces. The Greeks recognized that weather affects human life in profound ways, and that our responses to severe weather reveal important truths about human nature, community, and our place in the natural world. In many ways, we still live with Zeus's thunderbolts. Every time we see lightning flash across the sky or hear thunder roll across the landscape, we're witnessing the same phenomena that inspired the ancient Greeks to create their elaborate mythologies. The difference is that we now understand the physics behind these events, but the sense of awe and wonder remains unchanged. The Zeus mythology reminds us that ancient peoples weren't naive or primitive in their thinking. They were careful observers who developed sophisticated explanations for the phenomena they witnessed. Their myths weren't just stories. They were early attempts at what we might now call natural philosophy or proto-science. And perhaps most importantly, the Zeus mythology demonstrates that truth can be found in unexpected places. When we look past the surface elements of these ancient stories, when we examine the observations and insights embedded within them, we discover that myth and reality aren't always as separate as we might think. Sometimes, the ancients knew more than we give them credit for, and their stories contain wisdom that transcends the particular cultural context in which they were created. The thunderbolt of Zeus continues to flash across our skies, reminding us that some truths are so fundamental that they find expression in every culture, in every age, whether clothed in the language of myth or the vocabulary of science. The storm clouds still gather, the lightning still strikes, and thunder still rolls across the landscape, just as it did when the ancient Greeks first looked up at the sky and saw the hand of Zeus at work in the heavens above. The past is filled with stories, some told as myth, others forgotten entirely. But every once in a while, a legend reveals a fragment of truth hidden beneath centuries of imagination. The myths we explored today are more than just tales. They're windows into a past far stranger and more complex than we ever imagined. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the blurred lines between myth and history, be sure to subscribe and check out our other videos for more ancient mysteries waiting to be uncovered.